So we're about ready to start. Good morning and welcome to our long-term planning deliberations. So just firstly, I have an apology today from Councillor Williams. His mother sadly passed and it's her funeral service today. I did take some flowers to his family last night on behalf of us all to acknowledge that sad passing. Also, the Deputy Mayor will be absent today. He's had a medical complication, so that's his apologies if he really wanted to be here. Look, it's mine, so I'll just quickly move that those apologies be accepted. So Jason, second, Nikki, put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Voluntary declare that carried. Any conflicts of interest to be recorded? Right. So it's my intention, just as we come into deliberations, that I was going to signal if we get indicated breaks, so there'll be a morning tea. What time are we thinking about that? We'll find a logical space. 10:30ish. Lunch at about 1. I had signalled an hour, but I think we could crib that back by half an hour to keep going. So we might just make it a half an hour break today. Then we've got a scheduled start and finish time at 6. If we're making good progress, if colleagues are in agreement, I think we might just see how much we can get done today. So we might take a break around 6, and we might see if we push that out for an hour or two and just see how we're going. So has anyone got any problem with that? Okay, so in terms of order of presentations, I was just talking to the Chief Executive before. What I think we'll do is we'll do all our reports first today, including the PX report, and then we will deal with the submissions. There is a pro forma, Sarah, thank you for putting in there, 4.1a, which means, as usual, we accept all that's in here, and then we can do amendments as is usual practice. Otherwise, we'll be moving and seconding everything, and it'll take a lot of time. So I think that's made clear in here. But I just on the outset want to acknowledge how much work our staff have put in the preparation of all this, and especially I know Jeff and the team have been working particularly long hours to ensure that we get to where they're about to advise you. And I want to just acknowledge on certainly on my behalf and the council our appreciation. It's been a year like no other in terms of the things and the challenges that we've had. We thought COVID was difficult. The unexpected inflation, insurance, all manner of things that are at us at the moment. So there's a real challenge, and I just wanted to say from the outset our appreciation for all that work as we come in to do our deliberations. So with that, can I ask Jeff and Greg now for an overview. Do you start there, Jeff, or is...
No, Greg go straight into the overview changes.
Greg, just to acknowledge the baptism of fire you've had coming into our council, and thank you for picking up all the work that you've been doing, and we all appreciate how quickly you've got up to speed. So thank you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of this session is to give you some financial context to the decisions you'll take over the next couple of days. And that's an important background to all your thoughts, I suspect. When you put the draft long-term plan and consultation document together, I wasn't around at the time, but to my mind, we did a good job in terms of a prudent and sensible and reasonable plan and balanced in terms of meeting the needs of the community. So it maintains debt at what I would consider to be reasonable levels, prudent levels, with good headroom. It allowed for necessary but not excessive rate increases that are below most councils in the country and certainly below those locally in Canterbury. So overall, a good plan and a good start. It allowed for maintaining service levels, allowed for new initiatives, but it was also balanced in the sense it didn't allow for all projects. Some things that might have been proposed were not included. So it was a good balanced plan. But since the plan was developed, things change and more information comes to hand. There's two important sources of information. One is the consultation process. So over the last couple of months, you've heard from the community and got all the submissions to think about, and so all those community views. There's also been work done by staff in the background because the nature of a long-term plan is it takes a long time to put it together. So when initial assumptions are made, initial information, it can be 12 months or so before the plan's put together. Things change, new information comes to light, and so you've got staff submissions as well today. So those staff reports cover both summaries of the community submissions, but also staff information to you. So what we've done today is put some financial information together, taking into account those staff reports, and that's what I'm going to run through now. So we'll start off with some very high-level numbers. So the little table there shows on the left-hand side what was in the draft long-term plan, and on the right-hand side it shows updated numbers taking into account all those staff reports that are on your agenda today. So as you can see, revenue's higher, expenses are higher, the surplus is slightly higher, and we'll go through some of the reasons for those changes. Remember, not all of the changes have a rates impact, so we can get revenue that doesn't help in terms of rates, and we can have expenses which, again, might not have a rates impact. In terms of CapEx, that's gone up substantially, but largely due to that process of carrying over projects from this current financial year into the next financial year. But we'll go through that. Borrowing has gone up just slightly, and that's bringing in a project which I think was the UV treatment project that was approved during the current financial year. But we'll go through those in a bit more detail. But I guess the high-level number that you might be interested in is the impact on rates increases. This is just a one-year impact. Now, at the end, I'll finish off with just a little bit more information on the 10-year impact. In terms of the consultation document, it indicated an average rates increase of 8.94%. We're now modelling an increase of around 9.39%. So that's a little increase there. Remembering that these are average increases, the impact on individual ratepayers will be different depending on their property. But that's the modelling of the averages. So in terms of changes to expenses, the first one there is actually a reduction, which is a rare thing on that list, unfortunately. So that's the impact of delaying capital expenditure, so carrying over capital expenditure from one year to the next. Actually saves us money in a sense because it means less interest on those projects incurred. So that's a saving. The next one down, OPEX on the carryovers. That's just a transfer of budgets from one year to the next, so unspent projects, etc. that's gone from one year to the next. So again, no rates impact. Then we've got some uncontrollable cost increases. So these are changes that have happened which are outside the council's control, and we'll be covering those later in the day, but that does have a rates impact. A couple of small ones there, but the other large one is a depreciation increase, and that's due to the revaluation of our three waters assets. So inflation over the last couple of years has been so great that the value of our assets is probably understated, and so we are revaluing those assets on our balance sheet. But as you appreciate, that has a flow-on effect to the depreciation charges, and as we are a council that funds depreciation, that does flow through to rates. I'll come back to that one later. But that's a big increase. That's an estimated number. We don't have final numbers there, but we can make obviously assumptions within the plan. Revenue changes. The largest one there is funding from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, which is a grant funding for a proposed housing project, housing for the elderly. So that, I think, is subject to a council report today, but that's a large amount of funding which could be brought into the district. The next one is just a carryover of the better off funding from the current year into the next financial year. And the third one there is the rates impact. We've talked about having to lift the rates a bit more, and that's the impact of doing that. So lifting our rates income to cover those cost increases. A list there of capex changes. Quite a long list, but hard to read. But the key one is the one at the top, which is the carryovers projects again. Have a big impact on our numbers. So $36 million carried over from this current year to next year. And down at the bottom there's that housing for the elderly project, which is a substantial capital item there, 11 million or so. So that's the main capital changes. Some of those changes are simply timing changes, and some of them are additions or reductions, but they're all subject to the reports today. So this is an important slide. This shows the rates increases are over 10 years. So this is a chart that appears in the current financial strategy. The green line, the one with the peaks towards the left-hand side there, that's what's in the LTP at the moment. The red line is the remodelled figures that I've just been through with you. So in terms of the first year of the LTP, so that's the 24-25 year, there's just that modest impact of about 0.5%. There is in this modelling a bigger impact in terms of year two, so that lifts the increase in year two from what was modelled previously. But do remember, you are only setting the rates for 1 year this time around. You're not setting the rates for the future. You're setting a financial strategy for the future, but in terms of setting rates, it's only this first year. And the second year and beyond, you get to make decisions again and look at options and opportunities again. So that's why we tend to focus on 1 year ahead in terms of rates. But you can see that the cost pressures do flow through to the second year of the LTP, and after that, they do balance out. But that's a reflection of the modelling, in particular around depreciation, to try and just balance things out over a couple of years. My final slide is around what can you do in terms of rates. Now, waimakariri isn't blessed with a cupboard full of family silver, unfortunately, but there's always opportunities around any surplus holdings, whether land holdings, whether we want to sell any of those. There's always lots of negatives to selling assets, and often it's best to hold assets. Borrowing offers short-term relief, let's say, but long-term pain is not really a solution that I tend to favour, because if you start to get into the practice of supplementing rates by too much borrowing, it just hurts the future, and that's difficult. The third bullet there around efficiency savings and levels of service changes. They certainly always offer councils opportunities to think about, and it's something that is part of the day-to-day process, but also can be done as part of an annual plan process, for example, in the coming year, to consider any further opportunities there. What I would say is we are very much in an uncertain environment, so we're not quite sure what's happening with inflation and with interest rates. We've got government reforms in place, and we've got things like uncertainty around the roading subsidy for projects that we don't know about yet. So we're still in a phase of uncertainty, and that might well carry on for a year or two with lots of factors around the world and locally. So just to finish off, I'd say there are no easy options at this stage in the process to change what I've essentially outlined, which is the impact of cost pressures flowing through over the coming years. Hopefully that's a useful context for your day's discussions.
Thanks, Greg. I was wondering if you, just on one of the drivers, if you are prepared to make any comment around insurance, because I know you covered the slide, if you able to make any comment there, because we understand it's a fairly large, one of the fairly large drivers that we're, not just for the benefit of David here, so he has the context of that. If you've got any comment you might want to add there.
Yeah, so in terms of when I describe things as uncontrollable costs, unfortunately there are certain things which sit outside what you can readily control. So we talked about depreciation as well. Similarly, can't control that, it's impacted by inflation. Similarly, insurance is impacted by lots of factors which are driving costs upwards, substantially upwards. I suspect most of us have had our own insurance bills at home, which have tended to go up substantially. But those reflect two broad factors. One is, well, there's three broad factors. One is the value of our assets increases, so we're insuring more, and so similarly to your house goes up in value, our assets go up in value, and the insurance companies are taking on increased financial risk. So that's number one. Number two, we're all well aware of the level of natural disasters, both locally and around the world. And it's a global market that we work in there. And these flow through to future insurance premiums. So we've got that as a significant pressure. And then more locally, we've got the impact of professional indemnity claims against councils, flowing on from particularly building control type issues, defective buildings, where large claims have been brought against councils. Insurers are now very wary of that risk. So we've got all of these three factors coming together: more assets, natural disasters, concerns about our professional liabilities, and they are having a serious and significant impact. That as the insurance companies are going to market for councils, they're finding large increases in premiums.
Thank you. Chief, is there anything you'd like to?
Oh, I should remind the council where we came from. That was well into the high, well, 19% plus. And what you're seeing at the moment is the prolonged effects of inflation, an inflationary environment which we have no option but to pass on costs or to reduce our levels of service. When we started the LTP, I think it was about 6.5 million of depreciation, which we've spread out across the next 5 years. The two big changes that we've updated the council with, which Greg's just explained, between insurance and depreciation, adds just under another 3% if we were to add that cost and pass it on to our communities. What we've done is, part of the strategy is to push that depreciation out over the 9 years of the long-term plan. And the rationale for that is that you have to go back to 1987 before we've seen something like we're experiencing at the moment. I don't think it was the same type of effects, but we've seen interest rates and growth in terms of inflation. I think I was paying about 24%, 22% on my mortgage in 1986, 87. So you're seeing those same sort of effects coming through at the moment. A high inflationary environment is meaning that we're always adjusting these numbers, and just with the depreciation itself, that one's fallen out of preparation of the annual report that we put out in June. So we'll put that out more around October, but it's for the period ending 30th of June this year. We did that assessment and ended up with a 15% movement in depreciation, which we need to actually fund under the Local Government Act. So you're seeing councils with a lot of pressure coming on this long-term plan, and I think Local Government New Zealand did a summary of those, and it ended up that the mid-range was around about 15% for most councils, as high as 26%. And we were coming in around about third or forth across the council and our country at this stage. I think with this new number of 9.39, I don't think that would change us much, and we were positioned across New Zealand. But it's something that we've toiled over in the last week, particularly trying to get that number back where it was, where it should be. So adding 0.45% to that rate that we went out and consulted with at the moment. So we're going to be taking questions.
Thanks, Chief. Just say that I was getting some feedback from colleagues, and I had put some points to Chief and the management team to consider, and I can tell you they've used every lever they can think of to get it back to that number, because it was sitting a lot higher than that last week. So to get that below that, we would need a miracle, unless we're prepared to significantly compromise the level of service that we offer here. Year two, Greg did mention that it's sitting higher than we had previously modelled. Just to be clear, that as Greg mentioned, there's still work to be done on that, and an option there is to look at other modelling, but also surplus land that we might have available. And so I think as part of this exercise, rather than resolve that today or tomorrow, what I'd like to think is that we might just put a recommendation in here that start work with our property portfolio working group to identify opportunities, because our expectations in the fours to achieve that will need some work done on that. But as Greg mentioned before, it's going to take a lot more work, and we're not going to be able to simply say that now. We should be focused on, whilst it's a 10-year plan, let's not get hit up about year two at this stage. That's how I propose we would deal with that. I was at a meeting yesterday, and we were talking about insurance. It was a group nationally, and all councils are facing a substantial increase in insurances. I think we know ourselves in our own household insurance, it's in those it's about 30%, I think, on average. So while we can't get into those specific figures now, I know that that's you'll find that when we go through a briefing, a PX item on that, you'll find that has been modelled and has been allowed for, and what we think it's to be, because we don't know until we go to market where that will actually get to. Just to acknowledge and thank the staff for the work that they have done. Questions? It's all sobering, isn't it? Greg, thank you, and you'll be here over the course of the next couple of days. Thank you, and thanks, Jeff, again for that upfront commentary. So as I mentioned, we're going to work through the reports firstly. So the first item is 4.1, so that's Helene and Sylvia. I've just asked staff that we have got the reports there. We don't need a lot of commentary, unless there's points you want to add that we've already covered. Yeah, very much.
No comments from us at this stage. We take the report as read and invite any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions from colleagues? Thank you. It's a fairly standard recommendation. Some are prepared to move. Councillor Blakey seconded. Do you wish to speak? Any other speakers? No need for a right of reply. Should we like to, Councillor Blakey? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Yeah, carried. As I mentioned about year two, we'll give some consideration to what that wording should be throughout the course of this, and we'll come back to that a little later. Firstly, we have item 4.1a, which is a standard. You off, David?
Yep.
Good day. It's a fairly standard, which is a pro forma discussion, recommendation, just in C, what should be A, B and C, not A, C, D. Just in B, notes that councillors it should be just put R, we just change that wording there to R. Just here, I'll leave that on the chair. Is there a seconder for that? Seconder, Councillor Goldsworthy. That's it. Any discussion on that? I've got that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So the first item is number 4.2, the second is 4.2, which is the grading staff sufficiency. Joanne and Jared, thank you.
Thank you. This first report is regarding changes requested to the road and capital works budget. I will largely take the report as read. I will just note 3 important factors. There is currently no allowance within the budgets for maintenance works on the William Street Bridge balustrade and within the budgets. The budget is in outer years for potential replacement. I'll also note New Zealand Transport Agency are currently consulting on changes to emergency works funding, which would make it, the weather event required to trigger funding from the agency harder to achieve, so a bigger rainfall event. And there's no allowance for additional funding within the budgets to cover that gap. And lastly, the National Land Transport Program is unlikely to be known until the outcome will be known until 30 September 2024, and as such, we will have some uncertainty around crowdfunding until that time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Just on the William Street bridge, that's been our practice for some time, Joanne, is that correct? And it's pending a decision as to whether or not we'll upgrade the bridge. Is that correct?
That is correct. So I will note one item, the date on the report is incorrect. My apologies, but it can be noted, should be today.
Thank you. You've also allowed us for additional leaf for sweeping in Queen Street. There would be an outcome from a meeting with residents and just being realistic about the maintenance requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Jared,
Yeah, just thinking in terms of the sequencing of reports, Joanne has presented her overall report first, because that's the way it is in the agenda. You've got 2 other roading reports that you might want to consider prior to making a resolution on those.
I'm going on this report.
Yes, because if you make a I think you want to turn your minds to reports on tab 4 and 5, so 4.3 and 4.4, before your decision.
Okay. Well, why don't we? Should we just hold 4.2 and do 4.3 and 4.4 first? I think that makes sense. Okay. So we'll come back to, unless there's any questions at the moment on 4.2. Yes,
the gravel pit, $1 million there, what would be the implications if we push that out?
We are getting to the point where we need to be purchasing property and getting ourselves in a position where we have a continuing gravel source. Because of the flood events that we've had over the last 3 years, we've been taking additional gravel out of the current pits that we have, and they're getting to very low quantities. So it would be a risk if we didn't, that we wouldn't be able to establish and consent a gravel extraction and extraction activities ahead of when the material was required. which if we then had to go and purchase that on the open market would have a cost implication for council.
Thank you. Right, we might just go now to 4.3. Do you want to deal with it 4.3, 4.4 in that sequence? So 4.3.
So 4.3 is to present the results of the the submissions for the Rangiora Eastern Link Road. In very brief summary, 179 submissions were received. 100 of these supported option A, which was council's preferred option, and 17 supported council carrying on with the project even if there was no subsidy, so fully funded. And there were 35 who did not support building the road, and 21 that wanted the project to move outside of the area of the long-term plan. We also noted 6 submissions which either didn't pick a specific option, they did in their submission response not support the road, so we have counted those in that recommendation. So with the majority being in favour, we have recommended that council include the Eastern Link in the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Questions.
Thank you. Just a question for me to start with. Jerry, I was in discussion with CEO and I was briefing with at Wakatahi on Friday. During that discussion, we asked particularly about this project, and it was made clear to me that under section 16.4 of the Land Transport Act, for a project to be considered, it has to be in our LTP. If not, then it can't be contemplated. So would you say, I guess my question is your understanding similarly, and that's the staff recommendation that this remain there for that to be considered?
Yes, that's also my understanding of the rules, and we have put this forward as part of the regional land transport plan and then to the national land transport plan as well. So certainly that's my understanding.
Thank you. That same would apply with the ski bridge too. Thank you. Questions? Councillor.
Thank you. Can you confirm that applying to the putting the Eastern Link Road in the long-term plan for this financial year has no impact on rates?
So the funding is spread over a number of years. The initial funding for this first financial year was starting to do the business case work that needs to sit around that. So the construction actually sits out a little bit further.
So can you confirm that 90% of the funding will be required in 28, 29 and 30?
I'm not sure.
If it's approved.
It's a higher percentage, yes.
So yeah, look, there is some funding in this coming financial year, if approved. That's essential for us to be able to put a business case forward for the project and start to initiate it. But the vast majority of the cost comes in later years, and the long-term plan does not have an impact on the rate increase in the coming year.
So is it also true that if we don't have it in the long-term plan, development contributions from Belgrade are at risk?
Correct.
Okay, so also the business case study, when the business case study has been done, we can re-look at this if we need to delay or push things out. But unless we start, we're going to actually delay, which in the end will cost us dearly with inflation. And also another question is, because our capital expenditure projects are behind, are being 34% are being completed in this next year, will you have the team to then, the management team, the planning team, will surely have time to put their time into planning Spoonbridge and Eastern Link Road business case study?
There's a number of questions there, and they are good questions, and they're all things we've thought about. So as far as the timing of the project goes, we have given consideration to the deliverability. So how quickly could we actually get up off the ground, get a business case, get the design together, get resource consents, property purchase. As you'll be aware, we've allowed for the Eastern Link Road in the designations in the proposed district plan. So there's a lot of work that has to be done up front, and that means the real big costs do come in the latter years of a project like that. So look, all of those things have been thought about, and so in terms of being able to deliver it as quickly as reasonably possible, as well as not impacting on bringing that capital cost into early and long-term planning to help the council keep its is all being taken into consideration.
But the main issue also is, can you confirm that if we don't have it in the long-term plan, the $8 million of Belgrove money, development contributions is at risk?
That is correct, although exactly, if it's in our infrastructure strategy, I wouldn't say that we're not able to claim it, but it's it needs to be signalled as expenditure and be signalled as realistic expenditure. Otherwise, the development contributions potentially are at risk. I'd actually go further to say we don't consider our roading infrastructure would be able to support the development of Belgrove and that part of Rangiora without the Eastern Link Road. So it's not just purely about getting the development, it's actually being able to support the development of the town.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Fulton read from the meetings. Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry or Joanne, is the performance of the Rangiora Eastern Link improved or even impaired by the concurrent completion of the Skew Bridge and the the Tuahiwi Woody and Rangiora Road intersections? Is it all part of the same picture? Does it help to one, not the other?
It's certainly helpful to have them all together, but because it's going to provide a better outcome, but I don't think it necessarily has to be done together. They can be developed separately.
Yes, but they are. Yes, they can be done as discrete projects on their own timeframes, but they all interrelate in a much wider network of roading, which not only includes the likes of Lineside Road, the whole Skew Bridge through to Faxton Road and through Western Rangiora, as well as even the likes of the Woody bypass by Kotahi. So they're all essential parts of the roading network that are needed to cater for the existing constraints in the district as well as for future growth.
I suppose for me, just to rephrase this right, do we create problems, in fact, for creating, for instance, doing one ahead of the other, doing a Skew Bridge ahead of the Lineside Road? Do we take traffic to areas where it's not actually able to carry it?
Short answer is no, but there's a number of other projects that we do need to be just careful, including the consideration of the intersections of Malcox Road and Fernside Road onto Lineside Road. So they're all part of the package. We need to be conscious of each component, but they can be done as individual projects over time.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you just clarify, if there is no NZTA funding forthcoming and we support option A today, where does that leave the project? Does it automatically default to a council-funded project? Or is it paused and we go back out?
So we would definitely pause and bring a report to council, because that would need further consideration if funding wasn't able to be secured. So there would be a step that doesn't just automatically continue.
So regardless, this allows us to get started, because we know we don't have that certainty of funding today, but it would require, if there was no Waka Kotahi or NZTA funding forthcoming, that would be a significant decision for the council, and it would need to go back to the community prior to making a decision on whether, or most likely that would be as part of a future either annual plan or long-term plan that the council would need to do.
So by supporting option A today, if that is the view, we're not committing to the project in the absence of funding from NZTA.
That's correct.
Thank you. And second question, and I realise it's a wee bit simplistic given the network and the jigsaw puzzle. If you had a choice to prioritise the Eastern Link or Skew Bridge, what would be your priority?
Join saying both. Look, if it came down to a binary choice like that, it easily make in my mind. There's, Skew Bridge. They both have quite significant impacts on the roading network, but look, the Eastern Link would have to be the highest priority project.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
What do you want? Because Councillor Redmond asked a question.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. Yeah, my question follows on from Councillor Redmond's too. Back to the business case, putting aside co-funding, assuming we get that, is the much needed upgrades to Line Road and the pinch point that's going to be created coming into Kaiapoi, is the project contingent on Waka Kotahi committing to those sort of upgrades on top of the cost of the actual new road?
I don't think it needs to be contingent on Waka Kotahi committing to that project. Having said that, they have flagged that project is still within their State Highway Improvement Program. Within the next 3 years, it is for design and consenting. So construction would sit beyond that, which I guess would work well in terms of timing with the Rangiora Eastern Link. It would certainly be better if the two, I think, are coordinated, because that would provide the best long-term result, not entirely contingent.
Councillor Goldsworthy?
Thank you, Lieutenant. Just two hopefully really quick, simple questions. How is the Wooding bypass likely to affect eastern-bound traffic into Rangiora? And my second question is, when we actually start turning soil and laying some pavement, is it likely that the council would view a tiered rating approach in terms of a slightly higher Rangiora rate versus the rest of the district to compensate for the disproportionate benefit that Rangiora is likely to receive from the Eastern Link?
To answer the first part, the Woodend bypass is likely to help take some of, I would have said more the northwest Rangiora traffic. Remembering the Rangiora Eastern Link itself, there's quite a large strip of development area that runs right along the eastern side, which that will also be feeding through into that area. The Woodend bypass will only have 2 access points for our district, one being likely around Pine Acres and then the other at Petersons.
Look, I'll take the second question. That's all. Look, the council always has the ability to consider how it rates for its various services, and certainly to date, our council has taken the approach that the roading system is a network, and it actually is quite challenging to determine exactly who the exacerbators are and who the beneficiaries are on any particular part of a roading network. We do that as part of our development contribution consideration. So just to using the Eastern Link Road as an example, effectively the way the funding goes is it's going to be 25% development contributions from the, Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong with these figures, from the area of development in the eastern side of Rangiora, 25% from the district-wide development contribution for roading, and then 50% from ratepayers. Now that's just putting aside all of the any NZTA funding. So it's and if the council was to try and consider that for this particular project, I think the council would need to turn its mind to how does that impact on decision making around funding on all projects around the district, and that really would become very complex and present a whole pile of other challenges. Certainly, I think the council's got its hands full in terms of considering potential significant changes to rating across the Three Waters services, and I wouldn't have seen this project as a significant enough catalyst for the council to consider whether it wants to fundamentally change the way we rate for roading. And so I think just in terms of the scale and the reason it is part of a roading network, I think we've actually got a pretty good rating model for roading at the moment. But it's, that's something the council might want to turn its mind to.
Just to add on to that, it's something that we'll probably consider in the overall scheme of things when we do our next rating review. But if you look at the routes to the Buxton Road route, that even complicates the network even further. So it could take, it becomes very complicated once you get into targeted rating. And that's before you even consider the damage to the roads, which are caused by different vehicles that you already do, which you get 51% subsidy for. And I remember listening to I can't remember his name now, but basically they're saying about 800 vehicles cause 20% damage to all the roads in New Zealand. So you start getting into those sorts of complications.
Yes, you've indicated you wish to move, Councillor. I'll second. Do you wish to speak?
Thank you. The first step for us is to secure funding, is for us to have it in our long-term plan. This is crucial. Therefore, for the future benefit and prosperity of this council, I will be voting for this. This project does not affect next year's rates. Section 16.4 of the Land Transport Management Act 2003 states, an organisation may only propose an activity in a regional transport plan if it or another organisation accepts financial responsibility for the activity. In practice, that means an activity needs to be in your long-term plan in order for it to be lawfully included as findable in the regional long-term plan. An activity must be in a regional long-term plan in order for it to be funded by the National Land Transport Plan. So I really would urge you to vote for this, as any delay will push out far beyond, and inflation will take over, and the needs of the growing district of Rangiora. On the western side, we've got Sutton's factory coming on board in Southbrook, 200 new employees at the end of this year. The western side is already very, very busy. We do need Schoolbridge, we do need Eastern Link Road, because we've got 900 new homes in Belgrove that need access to Lineside Road, and east of course, lots more traffic from Pegasus, Ringura to Pegasus to Ravenswood than ever before because of what's happening there. So if we delay, we're just going to create huge problems for sustainability and our businesses to operate while they're in gridlock in Southbrook and on the Northern Motorway for the next 7 years. So both these projects are really, really important. The planning must start. The staff will bring us back a business case study and we can make a decision then. But if we don't put this into a long-term plan now, then we're just going nowhere and we're not meeting our obligations to our ratepayers and our district.
Firstly, just acknowledge your strong advocacy, and it's a surprise to me that you'd support this councillor ward. Just acknowledge you're a very passionate advocate to see this particular included, and I support that, and I support us including it, as has been mentioned. If we don't have it in our plan, then there's no way that we can advocate for it in terms of the support through. Someone's got a duck going on.
I'm sorry, it's on.
It's all right. Councillor Ward's shout later. So there's a. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought there. Yes, if it's not there, then we can't build the case with Waka Kotahi. And I want to make it clear that I'm not, at this stage, not supporting this to go on without, not supporting it to be 100% funded by rates. We mustn't let the government off the hook for this particular project, and if this is supported and supported hopefully by the council, to go on really hard and strongly for this project to be included because of the needs of our district. There are 26,000 vehicles a day that go through Southbrook. If we don't have a plan to address it, our public might turn around and say, well, council, you're neglecting your responsibilities. The growth of our district certainly necessitates the need for this project. The other is that it's not just one project, as has been mentioned, there's a range. The Skew Bridge is another that does need to be funded, and we've been advocating for that for some time as well. It's part of a coordinated plan, it's a network, and throughout the Southbrook Working Party, we've asked our staff to actually put together the narrative of all the projects that we are to address Southbrook in general. And it's as has been mentioned, there's the Skew Bridge, the Eastern Link, the Woody Bypass, 5 Crossroads, fixing down Fernside Road, where we've got narrow culverts so that we can encourage vehicles to use those alternate routes. We also need to be addressing in Lineside Road the issues of Mulcox and Fernside intersections. As we know, the NZTA came to us last year with a miracle idea of putting wire rope barrier down there. I'm very encouraged to hear on Friday that project, the wire rope barriers, will not be proceeding. It's to be confirmed in writing, but I've got a very clear indication that those projects are not going to occur as they have previously indicated. There are other options down there. I don't want to see the 17 to 18 million that was previously, that has been indicated, lost, but certainly to be used for other purposes. And there are other options down Lineside Road, including reduction of speed, if there is an issue. So I'm pleased that the advocacy our council has put in place around that has been listened to. As Councillor Wood rightly mentioned, there's development contributions, there's a whole range of things that need to be that this isn't included would be compromised. The detailed design would pick up the concerns that were raised by some in Coldstream Road, and I acknowledge that very real issue that was raised by Mr. Dyer and others down there. Still to be worked out, but the alignment, having this in the plan, are the things we need to endorse today to let our staff go off, build that business case, so then hopefully in the detailed design, we're building this within this next 10 years. So we've got to have that aspiration, and that's what we're seeking here today. So I encourage colleagues to support this. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Obviously, I will be supporting it as well. 20 years ago, roughly, this idea, this concept was put in front of the council and the community, and this is long before we had Pack and Save. My team was just a white building, but the writing was on the wall way back then as to how busy Southbrook Road was going to become. The unfortunate thing is that the mayor and then head of roading were against it, and the Kaiapoi leader ran a fantastic story, front page news, about a $20 million roading project. No mention whatsoever of shared funding, because that didn't suit the merits of the story. The next thing we know, we had furore out in the community about $20 million. And when we go back 20 years, $20 million was even more obviously than what it is now. But we had furore in the community, in particular from over in Kaiapoi, with regard to this money being spent over in Rangura. No decisions had been made. We were trying to put something on the table for the future. What I was trying to get was at the actual designations on the land, bearing in mind that I could see what the future held. And sure enough, exactly what has happened, I thought would happen, has happened. So obviously, I'm going to support it, and I've got to say that I'm very disappointed with one community board submission on this particular subject, and I will make my views known at the next community board meeting with regard to that and some other things that they submitted on. I thought it was the most negative submission I've ever read from a community board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To put Councillor Ward out of her uncertainty, I will be supporting this motion. I do have some reservations in the absence of NZTA funding. My view may very well be different. However, I've weighed up the recession that I'm told we're in, the economic data for the district, but I think we also need to have a vision for the future, and I echo Councillor Bryan's comments. We're just 20 years too late, Councillor, and the cost obviously has escalated. I also note the staff priority and the whole network as part of the big jigsaw, but if you had a choice between Skewbridge and the Eastern Link, that the Eastern Link is viewed as a priority. And there was a submitter, at least one, who actually put Skewbridge first. So it's a wee bit of a chicken and the egg, but it's all part of a complicated, integrated transport network, really. So we do have to look at connectivity. I think we're planning for the future here. But I'd like to make it quite clear that in the absence of funding, then we need to revisit. It's a question of timing, and now is not the time for big vanity projects. And I'm not suggesting this is a vanity project. I think it's going to be essential in the future. So on that basis, I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for me, it's one of the considerations is this: the Eastern Link is part of 4, not 5 big chunks of the transport plan in and around Rangura will end connecting out to Kaiapoi and Hoka. So I took sort of some note of particularly Jared's commentary. If he was asked and really pressed up against the wall to prioritise this eastern link over Scoobers and the others, but I see them all as connected. And I also see it's important that a council part of the long-term planning process is an enabler, that it actually gives a worthy project a chance, and I see this as a very worthy project. I note that it's been in discussion for 20 odd years. 20 odd years is long enough, and I think we should give this project a chance. I've seen shimmering exhaust down Southbrook Road. If we stuck in traffic, we all have. We can all see that the problem's only going to mount, so we need to have a connected transport strategy. So I'm supportive of this. I do think that we should consider carefully the extent to which government is prepared to support this. We may have to revisit if government is not prepared to put in money, but I think that we should basically keep the option going to the Eastern Link and on supporting it on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go into the conversation on too long, but I just wanted to note that going into this conversation, I was quite conflicted regarding this. It's by no means against the merits of the project itself, but it was more in commentary around the nice to haves versus the necessity. In my mind, going into this conversation, we had a network. It was not necessarily the fastest or the quickest, but it got us from work to home. I'm comforted by the fact that although the insertion into the long-term plan doesn't necessarily commit us to turning the soil as if we're all laying the pavement, but it steps in the right direction. So I will be supporting this, but I just want my reservations noted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Goldsworthy. Councillor Becky.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm aware that the same with Councillor Goldworthy. I'll support it, but only as a placeholder, so we can NZTA can get their funding act together. No mention's been made of the fact at all that we belong to various strategies that are supposed to be getting people out of cars. I know that that's a very complex issue, but it hasn't even been mentioned. The United States figured out about 50 years ago, if you build a road, it fills up with cars in the first 5 years, and then you have to build another one. I just make the point, Rangiora got three in and out access roads for commuters now, so we're going to build a fourth one, and it'll cost us a minimum of 20 mil. Just I hope the business case will just consider putting 20 mil into upgrading the 3 roads we've got, rather than building a fourth one as part of the overall strategy. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Right, reply if you wish, Councillor.
Thank you. Well, I'm really pleased that that hopefully we can, everyone's in support of getting this business case study and getting this into the long-term plan. I would say that we all know that we've been down the road with Southbrook Road, that unless we were prepared to purchase a whole row of houses, there's no way we can do any better than we've done now with the 26,000 people that go through Southbrook Road. We can't widen the road, we can't 4-lane it, we can't do any more than we've already done. So we do have to do something different. We do have to plan for expansion. So I'm really pleased that when you will see the business case study and when you see what needs to be done all around Rangiora, it's not just Eastern Link Road, it's Five Cross Road, it's Lemons Road, it's Fernside Road, it's Sker Bridge, it's the whole thing is going to make movement in and out of our township so much more sustainable and more business-like. So thank you. I'm in anticipation of your support of this.
Thank you. You put the recommendation now. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Right, 4.4, which is the grading staff submission.
Thank you. This is regarding proposed adjustments to the weekend insight clean budget. Firstly, I will note, and again, my apologies, I've created the wrong funding to date as well on this report as well. So this report is seeking some changes and carry forwards for the Transport Choices program as council are aware, the transport choices funding was significantly reduced. And we started working on how we can progress portions of the projects or in developing the network as we had previously had approved. So the draft GPS has indicated there's going to be significantly less funding in this area. We have put in an application for the Woodend to Pegasus connection and recommending that council consider carrying or include that project or continuing with subject to NZTA funding being confirmed. At this stage, the Kaiapoi Woodend connection has not been included due to uncertainties around the Woodend bypass. But I do note there is also better off funding which has been signalled for carryover in the finance report. And that staff will bring back a further report to council on progressing or how we could look to progress that connection. Finally, I will note the Youth Footpath program has historically been carried out as unsubsidised work. We have put that funding towards the Transport Choices program because it gave us an opportunity to get subsidy for that work. We are recommending that carry on with the New Footpath program unsubsidised as we have done historically. It will require a bring forward of $100,000 from next financial year, so from 26, 27 into 25, 26. Sorry, let me just double check that. So, 1 second. So it's 100,000 from 25, 26 into 24, 25 to allow for the Leeds Road and eastbound paths to proceed. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And Joanna, just to be clear, I note the comment we did discuss the other day that should the answers and clarity on better off funding, that may well be a project we decide to prioritise out of that, but we'll need to get the answers on that first, just for completeness. So, whilst it's saying that, there are other things that we'll consider when we get clarity on whether or not the better off funding is still going to be available to us. Right, questions on this? It's pretty straightforward. Some prepared to move. Councillor Ward, seconded. Councillor Keynes. Do you wish to speak?
Just to say that what you have set out here is really, really important. Connectivity of cycleways, just the little short pieces that we need to pull together are really, really important. And so thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Joanne, for the report. Talking to the local residents with regard to the connection of Woodend to Ravenswood and just such a simple, small footpath, and that currently the residents are having to jump the fence to connect to the developers that's already put in the walkway there. This being funded out of the current budgets is going to solve a whole pile of problems, it's going to make a whole pile of people happy. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. I'm going to support this. Just acknowledge the amount of work that goes in such an uncertain period where we don't know whether we've got funding or not. And so it's always a guessing game, and better off funding is exactly in that category. I was in a discussion with DIA staff yesterday and I asked them, are we actually going to be able to retain that? And it's yes, but the Minister would like us to seriously consider prioritising through waters related work. So I said, well, does that mean that it's gone? That we're going to, well, it's an indication because we have an agreement in place. So until we get clarity it's very difficult to know precisely whether some of this funding will be available to us. And for me, that Woodend Ravenswood link is really important, as will advocating as part of the bypass that there is a walking and cycling link included. The Northern Corridor, one of the greatest successes of that, I think, not only the roading, but is that fantastic path that goes along that enables walking and cycling opportunities. It's a huge missed opportunity to not have included there, and it's something that I certainly will be advocating strongly for, as well as addressing safe crossing points at the Pegasus Ravenswood connection. But I support this budget, and again, for this these budgets, and just acknowledge the work that our staff put in a very uncertain time. Any further speakers? Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting this recommendation. I think it's essential that the co-funded projects, especially the Woodend Ravenswood footpath, shared path, is proceeded with. That's something that the Woodend Sefton Community Board has strongly advocated for, and there is already the start of that footpath at the Ravenswood end, so I think that's very important for connectivity. I should however say that the withdrawal of the Transport Choices funding, in the absence of that funding, I would no longer be supporting those cycleway projects as solely funded by the council. And I note in K, there is going to be a further report brought to us to discuss those options. So in supporting this motion, I'm not supporting unfunded, co-funded work, because I think that raises another issue or two. But the work that's identified in this recommendation, I think, is quite essential. The cost is not too significant, and I think there'll be greater benefits.
Any further speakers? I've replied, if you wish, Councillor Wood.
No, fine, thanks.
Okay, I'll put the recommendation in. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. So now we'll come back to report 2. We've had questions. Is there any further questions that have arisen since then? Someone prepared to move? I will second Councillor Bride. Just again, the comments we've already made. It's a combined total staff submission around the road and capital works. Pleased that the amounts have been included with respect to relief, full sweeping, and making sure that there's adequate budget there. It's very important to residents of Queen Street in particular that we do have regular maintenance. They are not advocating the removal of the trees, but are certainly understanding the concerns around the leaf fall. We're looking as well at the height of those trees. It will be a matter that will be considered by the board. In fact, there's a review going on with an expert as we speak. So it'll be good to have that in a complete picture. But that's the rest of the budget. It's a busy piece of work, a busy area, and it's something that our community certainly have very strong views on. So I'm in full support of this. Who's seconding it now? Is it Councillor Bryan? Sorry.
Thank you. I'm very brief. Just you made mention of the Queen Street. Certainly, when they came to the community board, I sort of fell out of favour a little bit with the residents down there. And the reason why became very apparent this morning with this drop of rain. There are other streets in the district that are affected by leaf fall. Ripton Place, which I live on today with the rain, and of course the back log. And you know, if you drive down Ripton at some stage, you will see the number of trees in there. They're nothing compared to Queen Street, I must admit. But certainly my green bin is full every week, and by and large at this time of year, it is with leaves, not only my own, but neighbours, because we share a driveway. So it's by no means just Queen Street that has this problem, which is what I tried to explain at the community board meeting, but fortunately it seemed to go down the wrong way. But anyway, such is life, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any further speakers, Councillor Edmonds?
Thank you. I'll be supporting this recommendation. There were a couple of areas that I showed interest in. One is the Lees Valley Resilience Works, and I see we did have a submission from Eric Deans in support of this. So rather than being reactive, we're going to be proactive. I've been into Lees Valley 3 times, I think, in the last 6 months. Not having ever previously been there, so it's becoming quite familiar recently. And that road is a critical road for the Lees Valley residents, and it is a unique place, and it does contribute to the district economy. So I think it's very important we plan. That road is going to have issues in the future. It is a narrow, very precarious route. Used by a number of trucks, and in one of the submissions, I think he referred to 200, I think it was, heavy truck movements. So certainly in support of the Lees Valley Resilience Project. The gravel pit, we've talked about the need for gravel, and I think that's something that can't be deferred. We need to proceed with that. And widen the culvert on Townsend Road. Well, that's a wee bit like the Eastern Link. It is another route into Western Rangiora, and I see Fernside Road and Townsend Road, especially with the roundabout at Flaxton Road when that's fully operational. When the Smith development is completed, it's going to be a major thoroughfare, so it's essential that that culvert be widened to take additional traffic. So I think all these are very sensible, and I'm in support of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just endorsing my colleagues' comments about Lees Valley. I too have been in there a couple of times in recent months. I'd like to thank the staff for their diligence and their and the amount of time that's spent with residents, mayor. You really have to see it to believe in that environment, just how challenging it can be and how vulnerable that may be. I think it's a good exemplar of the sort of resilience works that council can do, particularly with the frequency and ferocity of rainfall that they get through there, particularly. So fully endorse that. Equally, gravel pit purchase, I think this is a good example of forward thinking. I've seen some gravel pits not far from where I live, and I can see the stress and strain that they're under. There isn't much resource there, so we've got to get cracking on that. We've got to be prepared to get the gravel that we need. So I'll be supporting these recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Edmonds?
Thank you. Just reiterating what my colleagues have just said, I support what we put forth here because it's a pragmatic reshuffle really of road resources. It's a bit of a disappointment to see the tram road rural safety intersection improvements pushed out. However, they're only pushed out for a year and they're still in there, so I'm okay with that. Yes, we need more gravel, we can't come out of that. We've already done work to see what is the most cost-effective way to secure a source of gravel for our roads, which we can't have without gravel. And found that owning our own pit is the most efficient way to proceed with that. So as we know that our current resource is coming to the end of its life, that needs to get done quick, smartly. And Lees Valley, I too have joined my colleagues across the table there into Lees Valley, and that is something that cannot be kicked down the road and must be done, and I'm pleased to see it on there. And the rest of it, well done for juggling what looked like a pretty complex few bits of road really. So yes, I support this and thank you for your work on it.
Thank you, the speakers. Just briefly in right reply, all being well, commented on, and there's the culvert of Townley Road was mentioned. Also in here is the widening Townley Road, the school safety improvements. There's a lot of work sitting in here, so it's important. Lees Valley Resilience, I too have been with Lees Valley, so joined the crew. And it was actually one of probably that I really enjoyed the interaction we had with residents and those that use the valley. It's an important piece to make sure is properly maintained, and there's actually a lot of work that they're prepared to work in with us on as well, which shows a real I think, sort of community spirit that you do see in rural communities, which is really, really great. So it's again acknowledging that work that's been put in here. There's a lot of work to be done in the current period of time, so acknowledging staff for their work there. We've also got roading maintenance contracts, those coming up too, so it's not going to be less a challenge. That'll be an interesting part that we go through as we go through a tender coming into that and meeting the expectations of our community. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. So that's the roading budgets complete. Subject to submissions. Solid waste. And I note that in the budget papers, you might just want to do the submissions. There's a point around the waste minimisation, which you might just touch on before we complete. Thanks, Kitty.
You'll know I didn't actually make any mention of the submission, the public submissions in my report. But I will take that as read and then take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? You just quickly just on that, the waste minimisation fund. If we direct as one of the recommendations, it's got sufficient budget, if we wish to do that, to be able to.
We do have.
How is it used currently?
I've got, assuming this is the satisfied fee, I've got $50,000 allocated to Canterbury Waste Joint Committee. To the line item, but that's used for national and regional budgets. I don't think we'll be using all of that, so I can make either 20 or 15,000 available from that, and we also have projects arising from the waste minimisation plan that I have some discretionary budget available.
Waste education, is that come out of there, or is it a different fund?
No, it's different budgets, so that might actually impact on education budgets.
Thank you. It's moved, seconded. Councillor Redmond, do you wish to speak, Councillor Brown?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, a good report, and pass on my thanks to Denise and whoever else has helped. You guys have got a hell of a job operating something this size with the budget that you oversee, and quite frankly, I'm in awe of how you manage it, because it's an absolutely essential service. And as members would have seen, we have issues every now and then, and logos and all the rest of the carry on that need good management from your side. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. There were some good submissions received in the waste area, and I noticed some draft responses. One of the things that I think was overlooked was the effect of the waste minimisation fund monies in upgrading the facility and how that's used. So I hope we make it quite clear to submitters what that fund does, because it certainly removes some of the cost from the ratepayers. And one of the, at least one submitter suggested the council should operate that facility itself. So I realise we have contracts with Waste Management and Cape Valley, and it's not a simple answer, but I'd just like to see that the Waste Management monies are certainly mentioned and made known, in addition to education, what we can spend those on. So I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Yes, no, finish. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Yeah, that's carried. Alright, so we now come to 4.6, which is water supplies, UNR, staff submissions. So we've got Jared, Kelly and Caroline. Welcome. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, councillors. I take the report as, Good morning, Mayor, councillors. I take the report as read. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions of colleagues? Here's a straightforward recommendation there. See if someone prepared to move. Moved Councillor Wood, seconded Councillor Fulton. Do you wish to speak?
Just thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's been a very challenging year with all the requirements that have come your way and the changes we've been legally have had to make. So extra pressure on your team. So thank you for your great work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Speak, Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Chair. This is necessary work. I know with the HOCAB upgrades that this is a provision for meeting the current needs of the current community. So I think that's just an important distinction to make. We're doing what we have to do right now. So yes, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I apply if you wish. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Thanks, Caroline. So we've now got 4.7, which is the amenable resurgence channel development plan. So Jason, thank you.
Morning. Take the report as read. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Recommendation, I shall move, seconded. And we'll do it at once. Councillor Fulton. Councillor Reid, Brian. Thank you. Just to say, support the budget here. There's a lot of, I still think we've got a lot of work to do in the annual community. It's clear through a bit of an unfortunate consultation. We've got a bit of work to do to turn this around, and we've got some process we've indicated around informing elected members, but also just rechecking with the community and explaining exactly what we are proposing to do so that they are clear, and to understand that nothing's necessarily set in stone. We have plans, but we'd like to certainly have their input before any construction is undertaken. I know if Councillor Williams was here, he would be supporting this direction, just to acknowledge the leadership he's providing in this space. So he's very passionate about certainly this particular area, as we all are, wanting to make it really those of us who are around in the 2014 period just know what challenge occurred to our community out there, and we're keen to make sure that what we do addresses that, as well as other deficiencies that are there. So there's a plan and a program. We just now to make sure that that matches community expectations, and then make decisions about the way forward. Thanks, team, for the report, and recommend colleagues that we support it. Councillor Brian.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You're right, we are missing Councillor Williams on this. And I also believe that he would be voluntarily supporting this recommendation. I very much see this as an investment. Completely what we're investing in yet, we don't know, because there is some considerable consultation to be undertaken with regard to the bigger picture as far as drainage is concerned in this area. But I'm often reminded you can please most of the people most of the time, and you can't please all the time. And that's going to be so typical of the challenges that staff have ahead of them.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do believe this is a good start. It's an opportunity to now further those discussions with residents, particularly in that proposed stage 1 area. That was a pretty vivid interaction we had at the Hotel Pavilion. It's not a big building, shoulder to shoulder, and with the amount of emotion and tension that there was in that room. Certainly the residents let us know about what they feel about it. But you can see it two ways. You can see it as sort of a growing lease, or you can see it as a chance to actually now go back, further the design, further the discussion, and move on with it. I do think stage 2 is for another day, but that's a big discussion. I've rafted down the undercurrent on Greenstones as a kid, and there's no doubt that we're going to see more and more water through Mandeville, Poker, Swannanoa. So this is a good first step. So I support it on that basis, and I look forward to us progressing further steps down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Whilst to some it might be a bit frustrating that we are deferring this for another year, it's imperative that we actually sit down with the public and tease out the issues and also carry out the hydraulic and hydrologic modeling and really understand what we're dealing with, because if we're going to lay out the amount of funds that we're talking about for this project, we have to know that it's going to work, that it's going to have the intended consequences that we want. It has to be consentable, it has to be doable, and at the end of the day, do what we want it to do. And therefore, we just can't rush into it. As much as I would love to wave a magic wand and have it done yesterday, that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, it's just not that simple. And that room down at the Oboga Pavilion was indicative of something a wise friend said to me once: behind every grumpy person is a reason why they're grumpy. So we need to figure that out and come up with a solution. And this plan in front of us gives us that pathway to get that done. So she's a big project, and we need to make sure that we get it right. And I support what you put forward here, so thank you.
Any further speakers? To respond to this, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. 4.8 now, which is the drainage staff submission to the LTP. Kelly, are you the Kelly or just thank you.
Take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions and comments? Councillor speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although we are possibly jumping a step with regards to whatever the council decides on 4.9, with regards to the resiliency team, would some of these projects fall under that umbrella and therefore not require additional budget, or are they two separate kind of approaches?
I don't believe any of these projects themselves would fall under the resilience team. Those projects for the resilience team are identified during our flood investigations that require further investigation and then eventually immediate works. These ones have been previously put into the budget. allocated, identified that have a solution. So some of that resilience fund is further investigations into finding a solution for this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Just to ask a question. I did note a number of submissions on this. If we approve this, I don't know, I'm asking a silly question in public forum, I guess. If we approve this now, how does that affect the submissions for later as far as the resilience team is concerned? Because a number of submissions say we should be doing it anyway internally. So
We're not considering the flooding resilience at this point. This is the
sorry.
for an activist.
Oh, sorry, I've skipped ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. But just hold that to that question. To the movie side. Is there any other questions? There's a series of recommendations here. For people to move. Councillor Fortune, seconded. Councillor Blakey, do you wish to speak?
Yeah.
Councillor Fortune? Oh, sorry, Councillor Blakey, sorry.
All good.
Any other speakers? Large amount of work to your team, so our community that have got big expectations around this. So thank you for bringing this forward and what's been suggested I support. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's unfortunate that portfolio holder Councillor Williams is, well, I realise why he's unable to be here. I don't always agree with his views, but I do enjoy listening to his views. So whilst we're dealing with this one, I just wondered if perhaps, Mr. Chair, you may consider the remaining points 4.8, sorry, 4.9 and 4.10 as perhaps coming later, just in case, Councillor.
We're going to deal with them in the order now.
Right.
It's just, I would have, I don't know what time, Councillor Williams won't be here today, to advise me. I saw him last night, so we've got work to get through. So I'd have loved to, but if I did that for every colleague that's not here, we'd be having a bit of a mess.
Right, well, I just point out I'm disappointed he's unable to be here, but I certainly understand the reasons why he's not here today. And I think that's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Right reply? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Hear that carried. And I know if Councillor Williams was here, he supported this, so we were having a discussion around drainage-related projects last evening, so and he is very passionate about those, which is great as the portfolio holder. 4.9. So it's Kelly. Or was it Jason? Which is the flood resilience.
Look, I'm happy to take this report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
So
Yes,
just the one I had solely made it too quick.
Okay, I think, so the question, as I understood it, is how, well, should this be considered ahead of responding to the submissions from submitters? And it's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. You could consider submissions as prior to looking at this report. I am conscious that the councillors have all read the reports, the councillors have read the submissions, the councillors have read the staff proposed or suggested responses, and the councillors have heard from the submitters who turned up. So my recommendation is that you consider this report, being conscious that you have taken into account the submission points. You may some you wish to discuss in questions or in debate as this is considered. And the reason I think this is a better order is because whatever the resolution the council makes on this will shape the final response to the submitters. So that is how we normally consider them, and that normally works as a process, and I think it would in this case as well.
And if council chooses to revisit, it can always be amended as is their normal part of the process. Councillor Means, and followed by Councillor Goldsworthy.
Mr. Mayor. Just on the resilience fund, will that be able to be applied to roading asset damage, given that NZTA has encouraged councils to provide funds for emergency weather events? Because they're changing the criteria for emergency works funding and raising the bar for eligibility.
So the certainly the resilience team, primarily they'll be particularly initially focused on drainage, but that definitely does cross over into road and both our drainage networks in urban and in rural areas are quite interconnected with the road network. So in terms of turning our brain power on problems and projects, then that is definitely the case. That can be applied there. And also, yes, it is, the council will have its discretion about exactly which projects and where that funding that is put to work, and potentially that would be something that council could consider as putting it towards roading rather than strictly drainage projects. And that would just something for the council to consider at the time.
Thank you, because I presumed it was something to do with or that we use it for roading and drainage, etc. But it just wasn't explicit in the report, so thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one of the outstanding questions I've got is that if we employ our people for a permanent infrastructure resilience team, will they sort of basically sit within one group department for that specific purpose? Or if they're basically they're not required at any one time, we have a period of a dry winter, nothing happens, we don't have any storms, disasters, so they're going to be redeployed, so we can get the full value out of them across the council.
So yes to both of, so yes they will sit as a discrete team, and I think that's quite important. When we do, currently we're trying to resource response to floods and the recovery from them. We really drag on the resources from throughout the utilities and roading department, and that'll really help in that regard because that does have an impact on our business, quite a significant impact. So during times where we don't get floods, we have already got quite a capital works program that's been developed. So they can take multiple years to deliver. So we don't need to be responding to a crisis every year to keep this team well and truly busy. And the other thing is we can actually front some of this resilience work rather than wait for a flood to happen or a major event. So they can be deployed into there. And definitely, so if there were other projects that the council was involved in that we needed to apply resource to, we would easily be able to plug the stuff from here into that. That would be that some of our asset management improvement work or operational need or to delivering a capital program. So these are going to be people with the same skill sets. The other thing is that's really important is this team will be able to leverage off the existing department as well. So we've got a project delivery unit there with all of our systems in place for delivering projects, and this team will be able to slot in and use all of those resources. So absolutely, we've got the real benefit of having a focused team. It doesn't have those day-to-day responsibilities, but if necessary, and we consciously make a choice to draw on them, we can do so.
Thank you. Further questions? There's a recommendation. Sorry, I see hands poised. I'm just checking is there questions or
Let's one second.
Sorry, yes. You gonna move? Sorry.
Thank you. Just as an example, just so people might understand better. Manual state, that's out some years, but certainly some of your people have expertise, for forward planning, design, scoping, all that sort of work. they could be deployed even from get-go as soon as we get it.
Yes, absolutely, that's quite a significant resilience project.
Thank you. Any further questions? Moving Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Goldsworthy. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. The question I asked relates to a number of points that are made throughout the agenda, I guess, but I particularly picked on this one based on my professional experience, where good ideas are created and they go through a process before being agreed to. And then unfortunately insufficient resources, funding, staffing, etc. are not applied, and so the benefit becomes unknown. And the most recent example is possibly the creation of the new gang units. And of course I read with interest that yes, you're going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul as far as resourcing this is concerned. And at this stage we've got no idea how much money we're prepared to spend on this, what I think is a very good idea. Where I'm happy to move this is a lot of this is staff driven. Obviously it's gone through workshops and what have you with regard to us, but it's staff saying yes, there are benefits in this. We are saying that yes, we are prepared to resource it appropriately as per the staff recommendation. So on that base, and it's to me it's an essential, this resilient team, but what I was worried about is that are we going to give it what it needs to achieve? And that's in line with some of the submissions that we've got in here where they're opposed to it because they're saying we should be doing it within our own staffing. But I don't know if they've actually read the LTP in entirety to notice that we are throwing some money and what have you at this essential project. So I hope I haven't bored you too much with dialogue.
Good points. Seconded Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if we vote for this as a council, we can be quite proud in the fact that we're taking a proactive step to, I suppose, building resilient needs in our community. This isn't about fluff or anything, this is about the pavement and the roads. And it's about protecting our infrastructure, which the community has already paid for. At the end of the day, every time we have an event, we need to bring in extra consultants to help us get on top of the work and delivering our levels of service. Us being a little bit more proactive in this could, and I don't want to be bound to anything, but could potentially look at saving us hundreds of thousands, if not millions, leading into the decade ahead. So please do support this.
The speakers, Councillor Evans.
Thank you. This is a really important project. Now, I'd like to remind everybody that we spent $10.2 million and we had to find unbudgeted expenses from damage from 3 different events. And Wakakotaki has just said that they are raising the bar for emergency event funding and encouraging councils to put a fund aside. Well, that's what this is. And as far as the team that we need to get behind that, we had since the May 2020 event having 800 service requests, and then the 22-23 events having 300 to 500 additional service requests on top of that. We've had a team working on resolving those service requests continuously for all that time, and having to try to balance that with their other regular workload whenever they're not responding to flood issues and whatnot. We're going to be seeing more and more of this. This is not everybody that you talk to talks about how they're tired of hearing the 1 in 100-year event or whatever because it seems to happen every year. Well, yeah, that's what this is here to address. We need to have these people here working on this. They can be put to good use whenever they are not working on resilience work or recovery. And that fund, nobody likes a fund sitting around just for nothing. just for the heck of it. You know, we like to know what it's for, but I think we know what it's for. Again, the unbudgeted expenses that come out of the blue, they're getting harder and harder to cover, and it's getting more and more difficult to get funding to actually cover those things. And I think we do need to, as my colleague just said, we need to protect our infrastructure. These are assets that our people have already paid for. We need to look after them. We need to make sure that we can carry on, people can get around, they can be safe, and council can do what it needs to do. And this is the way that we can assure that it happens in a more orderly way. So I absolutely support this. Thank you.
I also support this, and I'd just like to acknowledge the proactive way in which Jared and the team have come up with this suggestion, because having sat through a number of civil defence related events now, see exactly what happens at the time and how essential it is that we do our best to get ahead of it, but also ensure that we have a team ready to respond. You know, 800 odd submissions absolutely swamps our entire organisation at times, because that's the effect it has. So doing this work is really important, and I 100% support it. I'd rather employ a staff member to be on staff than employing an expensive consultant. And we know we've got this work stream. Having this staff on board, or this resource on board, will make a difference. Went out with staff on Friday to some residents that have been impacted by the aquifer event. It was very humbling to see where they're sitting, and the level of resource they had to personally spend, 27,000 just to fix and to clear from their property the debris that went on there. And to do a grid pattern of metre by metre, going and picking up all the bits of metal that were all through their paddocks before they could allow their animals to return. They've invested heavily in putting, substantially in putting their own button system in place, which our staff have assisted with advice on, just so that their property is protected, and also so that they're in a position at a later stage if they wish to sell it. They're not insured for that, those works, insured for the resultant damage to their property, but not the fences and all the other things. The lifestyle is, which does impact substantially when we have those events, are left in a very vulnerable position because there isn't the cover we might expect there would be. Certainly for larger farms, they are addressed through NPI, but the lifestyles are often left out, and it's very hard to get cover. So doing this work, I know that they were pleased to hear that that's the work that we're looking to undertake. So we're being proactive, trying to get ahead of it. As Nikki says, we know we've got, you know when we talk to residents, 1 in 100, 1 in 200, they roll their eyes because we're having them in pairs most years. But that's the reality of where we're at with climate change and other measures. If we don't do this and don't support this, then we leave our community, in my view, vulnerable. And I'd like us to be in a proactive state and reactive. So appreciate the work that our staff done, and I fully support this. Councillor Redmond and Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting this recommendation. I note in terms of submissions, they were fairly evenly balanced in favour or in opposition. At the end of the day, a lot of the submissions related to what is fraudulent climate change allegations. In my mind, that's really not relevant here. We're dealing with the effects that we're actually seeing. We don't have to make a judgment ourselves on what the cause of those events are. We're dealing on the ground with the events and trying to look after our community. So if this is one way that we can better serve the community, then I'm more than happy to support it. And I congratulate staff for the work they've been doing on these flooding complaints. I feel a bit sorry for Kelly at times because it seems a never-ending list. But hopefully this will go some way to helping the drainage department, which I think has been pretty well overworked in recent times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As being one of the last speakers, I'm struggling now to work out what to say. Because I already concur with all of the previous comments from my learned colleagues. One thing that I look at is localism in terms of our local knowledge. And just as Councillor Redmond has said with regard to Kelly's knowledge, it's hard to pick just one person within the team, but Kelly's knowledge is just extraordinary and gratefully received. One thing that I've realised in terms of our wellbeing for our community, we need to make sure that our roading and our three waters and those sort of other things are well protected, and having this resilience team is going to be crucial. So I'll be supporting this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Rather reply.
Just to say, my colleagues, I wish I could put it as well as most of you, as opposed to myself. Well done.
And I've got the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Going to deal with wastewater now. Right, morning too. So some of the staff that have arrived have we'll have quarter of an hour for morning tea, so you'll get an indication on what to take. Sorry, Caroline. Thank you.
I think the report is read and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Pretty straightforward. Someone here to move? I'll also move. Second, Councillor Horton. So it's straightforward. This is important work. Note, there's a number of notes there around the impacts on those and getting ahead of these various matters that we've got to ensure that we're planning well. So I support it and acknowledge the great work that our team do, ensuring that we're in this level of work with wastewater, that we're well looked after, and that our capital program is managed in such a way that ensures that we don't fall behind. So thank you for that. Seconder, you should speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support this essential work. Just noting there's been a lot of attention, a lot of focus, I know, in the Oxford area about our sewage and water works. It is a pain point as far as cost goes, and incumbent sort of pressures on our rating, but it is essential work that I think there's perhaps a bigger picture that we need to consider for Oxford down the track, as to where we fit into the network and how we sustain what we're doing at the moment. But for now, I think it is vital work, so I support the whole suite of works. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Redmond.
Just briefly to comment that a lot of the submitters said we should focus on our core activities. I think they misunderstand what our core activities are. Notwithstanding that, the Local Government Act, I think, was amended about 2018, and we have the 4 wellbeings and things. We no longer just roads, rubbish and sewage, water. But I think most submitters certainly would support this type of project. My son is a plumber, and I remember when he was doing his apprenticeship, one of his tutors said to me, where would we be without plumbers and sewage? And if you think about it, we have come a long way. So it's something we don't always think about, but these sorts of things are essential for a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'm not going to respond to that, so I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we'll break now for quarter of an hour. I'm going to propose that we We're now at item 411. So, Grant, thank you, and Chris, welcome.
Good morning. There's just one change to the note that has been made to the staff recommendations, and that is around Southbrook Sports Club, the funding moving from years 2 and 3 into year 4. This is primarily in response to.
Rob, shout.
Yeah, apologies, I didn't realise it was on.
That's you in delay there.
Already a YouTube star.
You don't want to hit that twice.
Perhaps you might just want to pop out, Rob.
No, my apologies.
Okay, sorry.
It's
In case we didn't hear you before, we heard you again.
I was just like, who's that guy? Just reading. It's me. So the Southbrook Sports Club funding, because of the submissions that have come in, staff have, I guess, changed the recommendation to look at that coming into year 4 of the LTP. The reason for that is obviously with the submissions that have come in, people kind of raising the fact that maybe this isn't the right time financially to be looking at something like this. From a club's perspective, it's also quite practical because it gives them an opportunity to show as to how they can then raise the additional funding that's needed for this, noting that the council provisional sum was only 1/3 of the project. Otherwise, I'll take the report as read.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Goldsworthy, Ward and Movement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the idea of funding Southbrook Rugby, would that effectively just grant them the money to do the works, or will it give the council a degree of ownership over the building?
Good question. So it's only, the funding itself is only 1/3 of what it is that they require. One of the things that would be looking at preliminarily down there from a concept point of view is our changing rooms are currently under, so there's 2 buildings down there, our changing rooms are currently under one of their buildings. So the idea would be to consolidate the actual footprint of the buildings into one. That would mean that our public toilet provision and our changing room provision, which is our level of service towards the project, is then covered within any new rebuild. As far as the ownership of the building from there on goes, I think that's something that we need to work out over the next few years with the Southbrook Club. And sorry, it's the club, not just the rugby.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you for this report. Could the council consider upgrading only the changing sheds and changing and shower rooms to accommodate Southbrook Park and leave the major funding for a hall or a community space to their own funding? Could that be something we could consider, do you think?
We haven't really, because there's no funding coming in from Southbrook at the moment, they really need to go away and find that any direction that the council might want to give on how they want that funding, if the 1.3 is granted, to focus on, absolutely that can be part of the discussion. There's still a lot of work to actually do with the Southbrook Club. Even if the money is granted, it's a case of, well, it's a provisional sum. You've still got to show that you're able to raise other capital as well to make this project viable. As far as our assets go, we would still need to supply a toilet and a changing room. The toilets we could possibly get a few more years out of, but the changing rooms themselves are part of one of their buildings. That really does require some funding to replace those. Also, it's not meeting the needs of junior and female sport either, so it's really just one team changing at a time.
Just further there, it'll be far more expensive in the long run if we were to look at doing the changing rooms now and then looking at doing some building further on down in the future. It's already going to take them 3 or 4 years to do the fundraising. Council will get an opportunity to sit around this table and make some more decisions in the future as well. So we think that the time frame being 3 or 4 years out is probably, well, 4 years out is appropriate to give them the time to make sure we do something which is going to be the most cost effective solution.
Thank you. Just subsequent to that, how does it work if in 4 years' time that funding will be available if they have raised funds, but how do they get on for some seeding fund to supply, to maybe go to lotteries or the support from the council? How can we support them to get underway with that and get some serious funding from the likes of RATA and maybe government subsidies for sports or lotteries.
You don't know the questions today, Councillor.
I think if council support the recommendations in the report, they're signalling to the likes of Rata and lotteries that council is invested, that council has money identified as a third partner to the project. And usually, in the past, that's been enough for Rata or lotteries to say, yes, absolutely, we want to progress. Lotteries will want to see a little bit more of a feasibility study. They actually sometimes want to see a building consent. So we're going to have to work with Southbrook over the next 2 or 3 years to actually get to a stage where they partner with another organisation, but we actually get some architectural plans completed, and we've got operational budget to assist them in getting some of those plans done.
So that's good. So 4 years sounds pretty good to sort of get it.
Yep. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. Councillor Ward touched on what I was going to ask. What is our policy with comparing toilets and changing facilities as opposed to club rooms? I think that's what Councillor Ward was.
Yeah, so generally the club room component of it itself, we would be expecting the clubs to fund. Council is generally not a club room funder, however our levels of service do push us towards providing toilets and changing rooms, because that's seen as a necessity for the provision of sport and people being able to access it.
Remember, just adding to that when the feasibility study was undertaken, or the network plan was undertaken, it identified that the Southbrook Sports Club, the actual space was an important part of the community facilities network, which we do provide community facilities. So generally we don't provide a club room like a bar, but we do provide community facilities that other people book out and can use, and Southbrook does at the moment provide some of that for the community in that part of the district.
Supplementary, as you go in up the drive, who owns the old building on the left?
That's them.
So the bottom floor is our changing room, the top floor is them.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Smith. Is there any intentional thought being given to the council having a stakeholder? I understand we've always got a representative on the sports council board and got a liaison communication with them. If we're going to put up this amount of money, would we have some sort of form of say around the table? You know, we can drive needs analysis, we can drive sort of get that public component in there right from the start.
We haven't done that work yet. We've identified some money because we know the money is required to build something in the future. The feasibility study identified that if we were to build something, then it would be important that council look strongly at whether or not we would own that building in the future. So it may be that one of the models is that we own the building and have full control over what happens in the building, and we lease parts of it to various different users. But there's lots of different governance models that we could use, and we still need to work through that and come back to Community and Recreation Committee over the next 2 or 3 years as we go through the process to work out what's going to be the best for us, the wider community, and also the users.
Okay, so just supplementary, so any consideration of that model would take into account the provision for other users, and so that we live up to our ideal, so to speak, of having as many people engaged in that facility as possible.
Absolutely. The only the justification for council putting in the $1.3 million was on the basis that it provides a key community facility component to that part of the district, and if that building wasn't there, there would be a shortfall in what we provide, and we may have to provide something in that part of the district. So when we provide community facilities, they are multi-use for as many people as we can possibly get to book them and use them. So our 1.3 would be given on the basis that there's toilets, there's changing rooms, there's car parking, and there is also multi-use rooms as part of that community facility network.
Mr. Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, General. In terms of the levels of service, how many other facilities throughout the district are at the same or below the level of service that is similar to Southbrook Sports Club, please?
So, and that kind of points towards the renewal program that we've actually put in as part of this as well. So what we're looking to do there, a lot of the other facilities that you're discussing are facilities that are actually council owned and operated. One of the things with Southbrook one is that it's a building that was relocated to site that we haven't been managing. they don't necessarily have the ability to, I guess, cover costs as we do with our buildings. And also, quite frankly, because of the rates that we're charging for some of our buildings, it does become a bit of an issue for them as well in terms of bookings. We have a program of works which is looking at what buildings might need that level of work. We've identified, I think, in year 7 is probably when we need to do low burn. And then we have another couple of buildings that are coming up, and we've signalled that in year 10 of the budget as well.
Supplementary, Mr. Mayor. In terms of Kendall Park, I visited that facility. There's 1,200 members to that club, and their facilities are in way worse condition than Southbrook. So why aren't theirs on the list for renewal?
So we've been working with the Kendall Park board for the last few years, and it's fair to say that there's been quite a lot of changeover in that period of time, so it's been difficult to build a really solid plan with them in terms of what it is that they need. We're also having conversations with mainland and New Zealand football, because some of the issues that they're having are because of changes that they've made in their policy around being part of a certified club. With that though, they're not providing any funding, so there's been a little bit of pushback from a lot of councils back to New Zealand football and others, because of the fact that they're actually raising standards, which mean local ratepayers are having to fund things because New Zealand football's not putting any money into it. With Kendall Park, it is still very much functional. They can certainly still play there. One of the main issues that they've got is now the referee's room has been asked for again, which will be a cost for the club to alter, because that's part of what they're providing. And also they now sit outside of the measurement for players to walk to a field. So they're two of the main issues that they've got, which is why we're talking with New Zealand football around that.
Additional question, Mr. Mayor. Now, with regard to Canterbury Country Cricket, in terms of the second field that they're proposing, is this going to be a first-class field? And based on the submission, or the verbal submission, I got the impression that it's going to be used as a backup ground when the main ground is not, it's not up to standard. Is that how I understand it, or not? So it's a nice to have, potentially, ground.
So that's a little bit different to the story that we've been talking with Peter and Canterbury Country Cricket about, from the perspective that we've been it's around making sure that junior cricket and also the female side of the sport, especially at the first class level, and some of those representative teams actually have a base and a place that they can utilise here within the district. So it was more around actually catering for that, as opposed to just purely a flow over for first class cricket.
First class cricket is only one reasonably tiny portion of cricket. When they're talking about high level cricket, it's representative cricket, which I think that'll be used for more. Hagley's only got a certain amount of cricket that can be played there because of the consent conditions. That puts a lot more pressure on main power, which is one of the most highly used first class cricket grounds in the country at the moment. Having the other one will mean that they can put a lot of that representative cricket, so the under 16, under 17s, that sort of cricket they can push to the second cricket oval. And with the increase in women's cricket at the moment, paid televised professional sport, they're expecting growth in those numbers, and that's going to assist the whole network of cricket, not just for us, of course, but the network of cricket across Canterbury to be able to support that increase in cricket. They're already there on site, so in terms of maintenance, it's not particularly challenging for them to be able to maintain one at the same level that they maintain the other. If I can have just in your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. So we're currently looking at the long-term plan where we have almost, I think, $790,000 budget with regard to over the long-term planning period of 10 years giving to the main power oval. So will that increase, or will that be covering both grounds, the current one and then the new one? And then would you agree that the sporting groups or the sporting bodies are not really contributing enough for both soccer and also cricket in these regards, and it's the fallback position is council and ratepayers having to pay too much? If I talk about cricket first, no, I wouldn't agree. If you look at all the other first-class cricket grounds that are in the country, they are fully funded by local authorities. We are lucky that we have Canterbury Country Cricket, and they run a model where they have to go and fundraise over and above what they get from us, around another 30%. They get obviously fees from Canterbury Cricket every single time a game is played, but the money that we give them for the maintenance of the turf that they've got at the moment doesn't at all add up to what they need to actually spend to be able to maintain it to that level. If they weren't there, Canterbury Country Cricket, it would be, we would be the only other organisation that would be in a place to be able to fund that. When it comes to football's a little bit different. They are bottom-up funded as opposed to top-down funded. There is no money at the All Whites going and visiting other places. They don't earn money and then push that down to grassroots. So football doesn't bring a lot of money to the table as a sport, and that relies on the ratepayer to fund their pitches and to fund their assets.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
Thank you. Picking up the few threads of what the previous speakers have said, is it time we actually had a policy that we do not fund club rooms for sports clubs at all. We fund grounds, we fund toilets and changing rooms, we do not fund club buildings. Because they're a nice to have, not a have to have.
If you wish to comment on that.
I can comment. I can't speak on behalf of council whether we should have that policy or not. What I would say in regards to statute specifically, and I mentioned it before, is there's a club room component, of course, but there is also, as identified in the network plan, a community facilities component with a lot of other different groups using that facility on a regular basis. If that building wasn't there, those community groups would have to try and look at other schools, other buildings within the Rangiora area, and the network strategy has identified that would be challenging to do. So it's not just about the club room. I don't think we should be funding bars and very specific club room facilities, but community facilities is a little bit different.
Thank you. And one final question, Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. Following on from those questions, firstly, cricket, and I've just got two questions. What are the costs to maintain that second ground? Who will be paying for the maintenance of it, the cricket folk or us?
So you'll see identified in the report, we don't actually have an exact figure for the maintenance. We're still working through that with them. At the moment, we give them about 70% of what they need to maintain the current field. We would expect that there would be some component that we would have to give them to maintain the second one. We just don't know what that is at the moment. We're also looking for other ways in which we could make Canterbury Country Cricket a more profitable organisation to be able to assist with their maintenance. There is other work that they do and that they've shown us that they can do that we currently have. That we tender out to other people on a regular basis. An example, we have about $300,000 worth of provisional work that we give for sports field renovations every year. At the moment, that work is primarily given to our main contractor Delta, but could be tendered out, and they may give them a source of income to offset their maintenance costs. We need to still work through that and come back.
Right, thank you. I won't ask the second.
Thank you. You've indicated you wish to move, Councillor Bryan, you're seconder? Seconder, Councillor Port. That says recommended.
So I'm probably putting myself offside a little bit with regard to cycling. As most of you are aware, I did actually support the draft as it went out, and I was reasonably confident that I would get it through with the support of most of my colleagues. But having said that, and I had a conversation this morning with Councillor Ward. As much as I don't like, I do like 4 years, and I'm going to give some reasons why. As community facilities portfolio holder, a few weeks ago I received an appointment to see the Mayor, and I like bringing the Mayor up to speed with big issues. I don't like surprises myself in my portfolio, as these guys are aware, and to bring the Mayor up to speed. And I said to Dan at that stage, I said, look Dan, I'm juggling so many balls at the moment, but I'm terrified I'm going to drop one. And so we had a reasonably frank discussion about the amount that was going on. And it is incredibly dynamic. And to bring some of the things to you here so that you're all updated, would probably confuse you as much as a lot of it is confusing me. There is potential partners with regard to the Southbrook, and I stress it's potential partners with regard to the Southbrook facility. One such have not even got a proper valuation on what they currently own. They've only got stuff from real estate agents. And they don't know that they want it. They are also looking at Layman's Road and other options. And so they don't know exactly what they want, so they can't tell our staff what it is they actually want. And Kendall's a classic example. I'm pleased that it was raised. You know, the number of meetings I've been to in those terrible club rooms on cold winter's nights, and only to find out the things that we discussed become redundant 6 months later because the committees rotate. So, you know, it really much is juggling balls at the moment. So I think 4 years is entirely appropriate. Mention was made with regard to cricket. I remember Mr Brown's predecessor, Mr Sargison, saying, Robbie, I've got a major problem. And I said, what's the problem? He said, last Saturday, and I can't remember what team it was, they got bowled out, first class cricket, got bowled out for under 50 and they put a complaint in about pitch. And the next thing, we were forbidden to have first class games. It cost us $100,000 to get the fix in so that we could get back, because we did not want to lose that first class. So these are all balls that you need to juggle in, and I was green space at that stage in my time at council. There's been some other good examples given. You know, Deputy Mayor Atkinson raised the issue with Kaipoi trustees. We didn't help that much with their new changing facilities, but we did help a little bit. And quite frankly, I can't remember when we've let the Kaipoi trustees down when they've come to us. They are absolutely invaluable, same as the Mandeville Sports, although I see in the recommendation we're going to be letting them down a little bit when we discuss that later. I can't remember Kaipoi trustees being let down by us. Loburn, we assisted Loburn with the upgrade to their changing facilities. We have not assisted to their club rooms as such, but again, if you even notice the booking sheet, the number of community outfits that use that facility it's important up at Loburn. More recently, as most of you will be aware, we assisted with regard to irrigation, so the grounds can be more used. I've made some various other notes here, and I can't remember why I wrote fallback. I can't remember why I wrote that down. Canterbury Country Cricket, to me, they're offering 500. We're offering, well, if we approve it, at 500. You know, when somebody comes to you and says, look, we're looking at a 50-50 on this, bearing in mind the fact that we already own the land, so it's at probably more. But that's why we bought the land, was for CNR. You can't look that sort of thing and say, no, it's not a nice to have. That ground where I live, I mentioned earlier when we were discussing an item, I live in Brighton. I can hear the hockey balls hitting the back from my place, and I can hear the yelling when somebody goes out. It's an incredibly well used currently, that oval. And women's cricket is going through the roof. I've been watching it myself on now that it's televised. And then you've got the red grades, the 16s, 19s, the high school teams, and whatever, you play on a first class pitch. So, you know, without boring you, always tears, something I'm passionate about, and I ask that you support it. I think pushing Southbrook out, as much as they're going to hate me for it, I think it's a good plan, and there's just so much we need to cover. And you know, I'm very grateful to be included as part of the teams and the portfolios that I have. I do get to see a lot of the emails that go amongst staff. Of these balls that are in the air, the most recently between the two gentlemen in front here, with regard to one of those potential partners, and the questions they're asking each other with regard, and the fact they want to bring a report to council, but there's no answer questions, which we'd all be asking, but no answers yet. So they are intending to bring back a report once they have the answers to the questions that we're likely going to want to know the answers to. But anyway, I don't want to bore you any longer with. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. Councillor Ward, second.
Thank you. I also agree to push this out to 4 years. I think there's a lot of work, and the community there that's involved with it, community facility, need to show how they can start fundraising and get things together locally as well for us to support them. As far as the Canterbury cricket is concerned, I think that Canterbury country cricket's been very strong over the years, and they deserve our support. So I'm going to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also going to support the recommendation. I think excellent summary from Councillor Bryan. I think it's important that we're actually providing the leadership in this space for these particular groups that gives them the incentive to get on and get their funding matched. In the case of Southbrook, that's a very ambitious funding strategy, and they've got a lot of work to do. The first part of it is that we help them get over the line the feasibility study, which concluded exactly this. I agree with pushing it out further. I think they've still got a lot of work to do. Raising this sort of money in the climate is actually very hard. The big funders have progressed in funding, particularly RATA, which used to be able to think you can guarantee you get some support, but not the same these days. And lotteries, I was on the lottery grants board for a number of years. That is enormous. The benchmark that they expect you to achieve is really hard, and I think Chris or Brian indicated it's almost got to get a building consent now to indicate that you're actually willing to get on with it. This is asking for a provisional amount to go on the budget. I understand what Councillor Blakey is saying around the strategy, and perhaps that's something we need to consider. But as a guide, not an absolute. I'd like there to be flexibility in what we do. So if we do decide to make grants to other groups, and I've got an open mind with respect to just looking at the proposal that comes here, it's always on the merits of the application. If it's really, like some years ago, we decided to put $1 million into Kaipoi High School to enable that facility to get the seating and other things that they wouldn't have otherwise got. What we negotiate as part of that is public access, and to be able to use a really great asset, see that asset used more. Councillor Bryan mentioned Mandeville. It's a perfect partnership. So is the Kaipoi Park trustees, and that has been something that's endured for a number of years. They've got their challenges. Chief Executive and I were meeting the other day and on another matter, and one of the trustees popped out afterwards to have a talk to us about some of the challenges that they've got. And that's with new trustees, an ageing group, around the ability and the health and safety to do some of those things now. It's all under a lot of challenge. Sefton's another one that's coming up in here, and I actually would like to have a briefing with staff at some stage, and we'll have a workshop about that to see where they're going, because that one I'm concerned that it's becoming more challenging to get there. But this here is the right, I think, the right balance. It's a provisional sum. We can decide at a later stage how that's allocated. And it's a no-brainer with Canterbury Country Cricket that's putting an amount in the budget, co-funded. I don't want to see first-class cricket lost to this district. It brings a lot of people here. It's also something particularly proud of. The risk is if we don't it, then it could go to another neighbouring district, and I really do not want to see that happen. At the moment, it's conditional on them providing funding. We'll see where they get to. Remembering that oval down there was built with huge levels of volunteer effort. There's amazing effort that goes in there, and any of us who have gone down to watch the cricket, some of those individuals are there and they tell you how they created embankments and all other things that you just can't do these days with rules that are in place. But there's amazing effort that went in there. So providing that amount is an aspirational amount for them so they can get on and hopefully achieve that. And we bought that land at Coldstream Road exactly with that purpose, is to provide for a second oval and other things that we've indicated here. So what Peter and the team did when they came to present on that was to say that they think that we do this in a discussion I was in. We have some risk. I hope not. So they need that aspiration to keep them there and not have Canterbury Country Cricket move elsewhere. So I think this is the right thing to do in the budget. The provisional amounts, they'll be subject to further decisions at a later stage. That's what a 10-year budget's all about. And I'd just like to acknowledge your leadership, Robbie. I think you do a really good job on that space, and I know you've got a lot of balls in the air with respect to matters you've raised with me, so just appreciate the time and effort you're putting in for the benefit of our community. Other speakers, Councillor Redmond, Fortune.
Thank you. I thought long and hard about this one, but at the end of the day, sport is very important for community wellbeing, and I don't really regard it as a nice to have. I think it's one of our core functions to look after the community and its wellbeing. The first class cricket potential, that has all sorts of economic benefits it can bring the district. And from reading the report, they had all sorts of possible scenarios with high performance sports centres and so on. And it reminded me a little bit, I heard Mayor Sam Broughton talking to the Christchurch City Council the other day about the benefits that LGNZ bring to Christchurch. For their annual subscription, they end up with a conference every other year that brings $1.5 million in benefit to Christchurch and the wider Christchurch area. And I see first class cricket as potentially doing the same for this district. What they can bring to us, I think, will exceed the co-investment we're making with them. So I was fairly enthusiastic about that. I was less enthusiastic about Southbrook, and I do support it going out for 4 years. That will give the opportunity for it to be considered also in the next LTP when we can have another look at it. So I'm regarding that more as a placeholder, and we'll see what happens in that space. And Councillor Blackie picked up on my question about toilets and changing rooms versus club rooms, and that's something that we perhaps need to consider. So I'll be supporting the recommendations for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. So just temperature in here.
Got cold.
Somebody could possibly adjust it. I believe Simon or someone will. You're happy to do that?
Yeah, no, I'll get it to adjust it. In fact, I think I sent a message to say, look at turning it up and checking it, and then you took your coat off. I was confused.
It was the heat of the argument. It was the heat of the Councillor Fulton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues, I'm very aware of the cost, the potential cost of developments at South Sports Park, South Park, and also Canterbury Country Cricket. As the Southbrook issue, I've tried very hard in my mind not to compare it to the model like the Manville Sports Club, and I'm thinking through this. That was very much a product of the time. It actually dated back to the Eyre County Council days, where, believe it or not, there was some people, including my own father, who had to go guarantor on their personal property to try and get that over the line with the council. Now, you try doing that these days. I'm certainly not putting my hand up for this one. So that was very much a community-driven, ground-up project. I don't think, the more I think about it, that Southbrook Sports Club and the facility and the relationship with Waimakariri District Council actually bears comparison. I think we're in an environment now where you just can't basically bowl ahead and do things and hope for the best and then hope it all works out. You actually do need a backer. You need someone sitting in behind. So I think council has an important role to play here with Southbrook Sports Park as a space, as a placeholder, as an enabler. And I think it's sensible to give them 4 years to come up with the money. I also think that the council has a very strong hand to play here in setting the parameters of the who uses the building, who gets to use it, how it's designed. That this is truly a community centre for Randura, for the southwest. It's a meeting space, it's a recreation space, it's not just a sports club and a bar, etc. So I think this is sensible. Give it 4 years. As for Canterbury Country Cricket, I just urge you to consider actually one factor, that there are very real consequences for presenting a substandard first-class cricket wicket. Colleagues alluded to this. These matches of first-class cricket are rated and graded every match. If you get a downgrade, it's like a downgrade in your credit rating. In some community sports facilities and cricket grounds around New Zealand have never really recovered from downgrades. If we overuse this current facility, if we present a substandard cricket block, outfield facilities, we will get downgraded. Potentially we will lose that facility and we may never get it back. And there are real consequences for the whole sport in Canterbury and for public recreation. So just consider that this is no small thing, and we need to get this right. And Canterbury Country Cricket is probably one of the highest performing, peak performing organisations of its type, certainly in the cricket sphere in New Zealand, and they deserve our support. So I'll be supporting these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be what fly in the ointment, I suppose. So as I could prepare myself for this report, I went and visited as many sports grounds as possible and spoke to as many people as possible, and I certainly could see that there was a level of inequity, particularly with regard to Kendall Park and the facilities there, where council have obviously provided probably the toilet block, but the actual changing sheds are actually an absolute disgrace. Broken or holes in the shower area and that sort of stuff. So I then compared it to Southbrook Community Sports Club, and I'm going, certainly huge inequity in regards to how we're providing levels of service. In terms of also the Southbrook Community Sports Club, I couldn't quite work out how the number of groups that were represented, but it didn't reflect in their income statements. You know, they've got lots of groups supporting them, but I couldn't actually see that in there. And, you know, are they actually contributing to the welfare and the actual funding and keeping the sports club going? I couldn't actually see that. Their budget is fairly tight. I suppose it all comes down to, also went to visit Kāpoi Rugby, and I spoke with Poppy, who is the volunteer groundsman. He is just an extraordinary volunteer. If they lost him, they'd be absolutely screwed, I would imagine. But I look at their facility, their changing room facilities, and their toilet block there, which was, I didn't realise that the council may have funded part of it, but I actually was told by Poppy that it was funded by the club. So again, if this is supported, it potentially will just open up a whole pile of sports clubs to come to us and say, right, well, you're the last cab off the rank, you have to support us, so you have to provide more sporting facilities. And that's what I see as the problem that we're going to have. Opening it up with cricket and also Southbrook, we're going to have lots more clubs coming to us and saying, right, well, you've done it for them, you've got to do it for us. I agree that it's good that it's been pushed out a number of years, and I'm supportive of that. But it's just the whole idea of, just like Councillor Blackie was saying, what do we really fund? What's our levels of service? So that's why I'm not going to support it, just on principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Ryan.
Just briefly, I respect the principle, and I don't have an issue with the arguments, but obviously I'm still where I am. But as I say, I respect the position that you've taken. You know, over the years that I've sat around this table, there have been some interesting challenges, which is part of the reason why I love doing this job. And I said, made a comment earlier, you can please most of the time, but not all the time. And, you know, Kendall is a classic, you know, because, as I say, I've sat in that room, I've heard what they've wanted, staff have gone away and prepared stuff with regard to upgrading Kendall, and then the next thing you know, you're dealing with completely different people and they can't remember what we were actually just... but the facilities there are terrible, truly awful. But try getting them in a room and agreeing to something, which is what we need to do with regard to Southbrook. Yes, I was on the board at Southbrook for years and years when they owed us the 138, was originally 150. Council did appoint a member. In fact, we had two, Paul O'Donnell and myself. Paul was actually chair of the group for a period of time, and I was deputy chair of the group. Once we forgave that mortgage, I put to David Ayres that we didn't need at our level, at councillor level, somebody on that board. We do a community board level. So we do have a community board member who is on the board at Southbrook. Although for some reason we weren't getting sent minutes, but that's all been since rectified. With regard to downgrades, I gave an example of the kittens that Craig had on a Monday morning after that provincial game at Mainpad, because that downgrade was going to kill us. We were in big trouble, and we had to immediately show to the powers that be that yes, we've taken this complaint very seriously and we're going to rectify the problem. As I mentioned before, with regard to the trustees, my recollection it was around about 50, but I don't know that it was purely in cash. I think there were some things that we've helped them out with, as we've done with numerous others with regard to consenting, connections to various services and what have you. And at the end of the day, that assistance all adds up. So thank you, colleagues, for your careful consideration on this matter. It's not easy, and I agree. I think it was Councillor Fulton with regard to, I know Councillor Redmond, the importance of sport to the health and well-being of a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryan. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary. 2 noes. Do you wish those recorded? Yeah. Councillor Cairns wishes to record both opposed. I see that. All right. Thank you, Brian. So we're now at the Ranger Research Precinct. So let's who's leading that project? Is that you, Chris?
Yeah, I'll do the presentation. So we've got some technical people for technical questions. I'll read the presentation. You'll see in the presentation that there's been an increase to the price. That's following ACON doing a full cost estimate, and it's increased up to 21.4 million, predominantly because of configuration changes to the car park which would be necessary based on this option. I'll take it as read because there's a lot of information within this report. I'm hoping that all of your questions have been answered in the report because it's so vast.
It's a very well constructed report, quite right. Questions of colleagues? Councillor Redmond and Cairns.
Just one question. What was the level of support for the various options?
It is within. Yep. 36% supported a modest renewal expenditure, 28% supported option A, a new grade library, which is what we're recommending today, and roughly 20% did not want to spend anything, with the balance having mixed views.
Supplementary to that, on the information that I received, 50% of the submitters favoured minor refurbishments, option C. Interestingly, that at the top of the column they're referred to as votes.
Where did you get that from, Councillor?
That was at the back of the LTP, one of the other folders.
Oh, okay, well, okay, thank you.
So the figures may have altered slightly since.
And I think that'll be a combination of the 36% that support modest renewal, and then some of the 20% that either didn't want any spending or had mixed views. I think there's a table in the report on your page, I'm not sure pages, but there's a table just before section 6 which shows the differences.
Page 32
of the report, not diligent.
Thank you. Councillor Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the capital expenditure at 21.4, in terms of the museum space that you've potentially allocated, what percentage of the current museum space is then, what percentage is actually then going to be allocated into this, into the library space? And is the museum people going to be happy with that, or is it too early at this stage?
Zero. There's no funding, and then 21.4 allocated to the Rangiora Museum. We've met with the Rangiora Museum, and it was pretty clear to us pretty quickly that we needed to go back to square one with the planning of what the Rangiora Museum needs in the future. They weren't particularly clear not only on what they wanted to see in the future, but also what their focus needed to be, what their collection needed to be like. You know, they need a collection policy. They need to focus on you know, what sort of collection they're going to have, what storage they're going to have, and that identified a number of different options, which one of was to keep the building they've got as a storage area and a records place, and then have you know, minor rotating displays within a library. Now that is something that you could, with the money that's there, put into the library as display space, but we've gone away from what we had originally got in the budget, which was they've got 300 square metres, therefore we're just going to put 300 square metres inside the cost estimate for a new build. And that's just to reflect the different ways in which museums are actually displaying their items in the public buildings these days. So we have to do all that work, and we have a museum expert who's going to work with the Rangiora Museum alongside them to look at their collection, look at what they would need in any new space, and look at what those options are, and then report that back to us, utilising that better off funding that we've got. And so they are almost about to sign, I think, to start that work. So,
supplementary question, Mr. Mayor. So would you agree then potentially that the portfolio holder, because there was only 2 submissions from the two museums, that's Kaiapoi and also Rangiora, that there potentially should be a report brought back to us that relates to how we consolidate some of the archives that are held within both Kaiapoi and Rangiora to try and make it more efficient for the both entities? That's all.
Yes.
Good question. Mr. Keynes and I will pick that up because there definitely needs to be a process around that. Councillor Fulton.
I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor, sits in the 3. My concern is that, although you're saying there's an allocation for Rangiora Museum or museum space, that will there be any allowance made in the existing proposed design so that we don't have to retrofit things, because it seems like a very specialised area in terms of, you know, air conditioning, heating, and storage, and all that sort of stuff. Is it going to cost us more to go back at a later date?
There's still options to work through, and some of those options would require an increase to the budget, which is there now, and that's what we've identified in this report. Some of the other options wouldn't. If it was just small display space, but they keep their current building, then we could move forward with this budget, and that's why it's sitting out in year 4 of the long-term plan. We're asking for to continue with the better off funding to come to council with designs that show you what it would look like and what the implications are going to be, and continue to work over time. You'll get more opportunities to have conversations and look at what the designs are, and We'll come back with the museum information as well.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsworthy.
Two hopefully really quick questions. Firstly, I was a wee bit gutted with some of the feedback. With regards to the written responses, would you feel that those that submitted don't seem to see the value that they're getting from the library currently? And that would be a broad kind of statement that they might not feel that it's a valuable asset to the community. And supplementary to that, with the design of the revamp, would there be much difference? I suppose ultimately, is our library outdated and would be factoring into a more versatile modern library environment with this upgrade?
I'll answer the second bit and then might answer the first bit. At the moment, the Rangiora Library met its square metre per population size in 2014. The library does an amazing job at what the library does. People in this district still love taking books out and they love going to the space with the kind and friendly staff that we have. The problem is the library can't do what a lot of other libraries do, providing those spaces that you talk about. And there's a lot of people in the community that see a library as still just being a place where you go and borrow your books. But if they were to go and visit libraries, modern libraries in other parts of the world and other parts of New Zealand, they would see the opportunities that we can't give our community at the moment because of the space restrictions that we have. And then they may see, I can't speak for what people value, but they may see then the additional value that libraries can add in a modern community and in a growing and more diverse community we have in New Zealand.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'd like to move.
If you'd like, so just check. So you wish to move, Councillor Ward, seconded, Councillor Bryan.
That's right.
Yeah, Councillor Keen's returned. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan.
Councillor.
Thank you. This is long overdue, long overdue. And our library does an amazing job for our district, but it is, as you say, it can't offer the full service that is needed in our district now. And I think that this is just stage one of what we would really like to do eventually, and that is to sort of bring the whole concept of the library and administration block, everyone under the one roof, which we know we can't afford in this 10 years, but we'll be looking to do that early in the next 10 years to complete the whole project. So this is really, really important that we get this underway. And I'll be supporting this recommendation, approving option A.
Councillor Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been a long time supporter of the libraries. They're important to our community. They're important to our well-being, as Councillor Redmond has said in the past. I look at the foot traffic in excess of 10,000 people going into our libraries on a monthly basis. It clearly shows that people love to visit our libraries. And I think that those numbers of visitors will rise once we actually improve the Rangiora Library and put in the facilities that we are envious of in terms of when I look at the Christchurch Library, which I cannot remember the name of, but going into there and you can get things screen printed, you can get 3D printed, you can do all sorts of things in a library. Our library is not just books. People love our libraries. And as I said, we're going to see a higher number of people walking into our libraries and use our facilities, not just to borrow books, but to do all sorts of other things. And that's one of the reasons why we need to invest in an asset like this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also going to support this and thank the staff for all the work that's gone in and appreciate managing of expectations. Also, this is overdue. Yes, we've got some work we need to do, and I'd like to give some certainty that this is a project that is a priority for us. We've indicated where it's sitting, it's just in the years at the present time. It's just prioritising that correctly. I'd also like to see the museum eventually be as part of that, and we've got some work to do to get the museum in that space. I know the members of the museum are certainly keen, but again, it's an ageing group, and they have some capacity issues as well, so we're just going to take our time with them. It has if I look at all our museums around the place, the one in Kaiapoi is fantastic, but opportunities presented itself at the time of the earthquake. What I do think needs to happen, and I think Councillor Ken's indicated it, and the question is, we do need to look at the overall storage. I personally like the idea of exploring, extending Kaiapoi behind the museum. There's big space there, looking at that as a potential area for ground floor storage, not only for Kaiapoi, but it could be a space that's used for our other museums, if it's in the right climate, or climate controlled, all those sort of things we need to factor. That would get around the need and potentially of lifts and other things, which I know that the volunteers in the museum who've been submitting to us for a while are finding challenging. Ground floor would be far preferable, and would really like us to look into that and see if that's a possibility that would work. But overall, support this direction. It's a fantastic, our libraries are fantastic space, and our customer satisfaction surveys strongly suggest that we've got a great skill set as well of volunteers, and it's always a pleasure to go along to the annual Christmas function, not only for Richard's very mighty fine club sandwiches, but just that level of support we get. If we didn't have that support, you would see the operations budget substantially more than where it's at now. And they really do value that space, as do our community. And libraries are spaces for all members of our community to go to and feel safe that they can use. The art spaces in both, or the gallery space in both Mangura and also Kaiapoi, also enable that further expression. And I like that model, because you're not having to staff it necessarily apart from our library staff. It means that the museum space and others are looked after out of current operations without having to additionally staff it. So that if we can achieve a similar model in Mangura with building on, including in the extension of the museum in time, I hope we get to that point. But I support this. It's a sensible plan, and it's just ensuring that it's where it's sitting at the moment is just to indicate that it's there. It's not to say that we can't bring that forward if we choose to do so. If circumstances change and we're in a better position, or we feel we need to do it sooner, it's totally within the gambit of what the council can do at a later stage. Who are the speakers? Councillor Leakey, unfortunately.
Thank you. I'm a bit conflicted about the perception here. And we all know that our libraries do a magnificent job, and as Chris has said, the public love them. So why are 50% of the submitters opposed to going ahead with giving us a new super duper library? Those perhaps, are we not reading the pressure of the ratepayers coming through in the submissions? I just throw that out there. I'll support it more or less as a placeholder, and to see where we go. But I have my doubts, and not the concept, just the financing of it. And all the indications out there, and I was reading an IMF thing yesterday that they're predicting 10 years of depression or recession for New Zealand and probably the rest of the world. I can't see this happening financially, but we'll see where we go.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, followed by Rickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed in the summary reports that the Reindeer Civic Centre, I noticed, and Trevorance Memorial Library, and it is both, is projected to meet the growing needs of the population growth, and also the diversity of the population. I think that's important too, that we respond to a community that's changing all the time, it's becoming more diverse. I personally, I love library spaces. It's how we make a living at library spaces. I wouldn't want to have to pick which sort of son or daughter I have at the waimakariri libraries. I spend a lot of time, and I also observe people using these spaces far beyond taking out books. Those sort of conversation gambits that people have, the sort of comfort and warmth that they have, both sort of physically and mentally, and actually having a safe space to come to and enjoy and converse, raise their kids, spend family time, catch up with friends and colleagues. It's beyond measure. We're never going to be able to measure that. I don't think a lot of submissions necessarily recognise that, which is a shame. I think it is important in this instance that we do make provision for the Rangiora Museum and a space where people can basically share and enjoy our heritage, our art, our learning, and even if it doesn't happen right away, let's make sure that we actually provide for it in future, so that when the time is right, we're ready to go. And I endorse the comments of the Mayor about having specialised storage space. We don't want to get this wrong by poking something into Rangiora. It's actually not fit for purpose for the Rangiora Museum users. So with that in mind, I am aware of the cost, but I think the value is immeasurable. So let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. I'll just echo Councillor Blackie's comments. I note that the Infometrics have indicated that in our district, growth domestic product as at the 31st of March this year was down 0.9%, which is actually worse than the New Zealand average. Secondly, ENC's survey shows that business confidence is not particularly good in the district at the present point in time. So my concern is whether it's all a question of time, really. I accept the value of the library, but we have to weigh that in the economic climate we find ourselves. The government has told us indirectly through the media that we need to cut our cloth to suit our circumstances at the present time, given the recessionary outlook. There are going to be changes in the delivery of library services, as some of the submitters said, and about half of them were opposed to spending money in this area. There were a number of good submissions. Whether they appreciate the value of the library or not, I don't know. We can't drill down and see that or not. So I was quite keen on option C with minor refurbishments. And I'm not saying that we don't do this work, but I'm saying that we may need to kick it out further rather than look at it in the current LTP. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Right, reply, Councillor.
Thank you. I just probably, it might be worth noting, when I spent my 6 hours going through the submissions, I noticed that there were regularly 30 or 40 submitters were opposed to anything that we were wanting to do. So maybe we might need to keep that in mind about the library. This is the best time to gain great tenders at the moment in a downturn. It's the best time to also give our community and our contractors regular employment that thus would help our district's growth by spending money in capital and getting it done before inflation just takes everything out of reach. I also think that this is really, really long overdue. This was promised back in 2014 and $7 million was put aside at that time. And we've pushed that out and out and out, and I think our community deserves better. So I strongly would hope that you'll support option A, please.
Thank you. I'm going to pop the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary?
Abstain.
Thank you, that carried. With one abstention. Luke, I just, I wouldn't take what I read in here to be a reflection of our broader community, because it's not. I get nothing but positive comments about our staff, but also broadly, customer satisfaction surveys indicate that. So I'd hope for that to be reflective of what people think, because it's a snapshot, sure, of some views, but not the complete community. So thanks for what you and the team. All right, now. Rob, I don't know what's happened to the temperature, but it still seems a bit chilly. Yeah, it's got cooler. Maybe it's getting cooler before it gets warm.
I'll go into a conversation, but to try to look at that.
4.13 now, which is the response to submissions to the SPNEs. Grant, just leaving that.
Good day again. I will take the report as read and welcome questions on the natural environment strategy submission points.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, so do you wish to move, Councillor Blakey, as recommended, seconded by Councillor Mannings?
Yeah, very quickly. We've debated this at length, the value, the long-term value, as well as short, that it brings to the district, plus the fact it's mandated we have to do an NES. Okay, admittedly we have a choice of how much we put into it, but I think we've spent many hours working on this, and I'm happy with the amounts we're contributing, albeit in 5 or 6 years down the 10 years we may have to change our minds, but in the meantime, I'm very happy with it.
Thank you. Seconder? Sorry, Councillor Mannings? Receive. Any other speakers? Councillor Keynes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, it was heartened to hear so many submitters saying that they'd like to see pocket food forests throughout the community, and let's hope that occurs. Thanks for the work and thanks for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? If you wish to exercise your second speech now.
Look, this is an amazing piece of work, really. It's pulled together a whole body of feedback from our customer satisfaction surveys. It includes feedback and consultation with over 90 representatives from environmental groups working all across the district. It's been worked on for over a year and a half. It pulls together all of the work across all the council departments into one place. It ensures duplication is minimized, leverages their efforts, and it also works with all the external organizations that we work with. In a nutshell, it's a great piece of work, and it's necessary, and I hope it's supported.
Thank you. Right reply. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you very much. 4.14 now, Rob, on housing. I'm hoping before we break for lunch, we might deal with the roading submissions while Joanne's here. You've got to be gone this afternoon. What time do you need to come?
About 25 past 2.
Okay, so pre-lunch, hopefully we'll get through that, okay? Okay, Rob.
I was just going to give a really quick overview. We've got money from the sale of houses that we've provided, money provided to us by Rata. We've got some better off funding, and we've got some NHUD funding. Additionally, we have some loan funding which we've added into the proposal, and that's where the proposal sits at the moment. So there are some options available to council, but we're recommending going forward with a proposal that has all of those different components, including the loan funding added, to be able to build those community elderly houses. Taking any questions?
Thank you. In the G, H and J, I just wondered whether we could add, rather than just purely because I know that the housing portfolio holder probably has an interest, and it keeps delegates the property manager in consultation with the property portfolio holder. That was added after those delegates the property manager, and those words in G, H 10J, would that be an issue for staff?
No issue for us.
Questions? Yes. The other is, in relation to what happened yesterday with Pāniora, do you think the HUD funding is suited?
Indications at the moment. I mean, to be fair, when the government changed, we didn't think that the funding would be certain at all. We then were told that we've got it and it's approved, and there's still a process to go through. We haven't signed on the dotted line with them. So yeah, it's always at risk. If that funding was to disappear, then we would have to come back to council and have a conversation with council, because the strategy at the moment is based on that HUD funding being in the budget. Regardless, though, there are still opportunities for more housing for the elderly to be provided by this council, utilising existing equity funding we've got and loan funding, and even if loan funding wasn't there, we just have to reduce the number of houses we've got.
Just never seen such a damning report.
Just to add to that, I received an email from NHUD last week, asking to step through the process a bit further. So no signals at this point that there's anything other than going ahead.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for this report. Option 2 looks really great. My question would be, do we have the land in mind or available to do these units, and where would that be? Would it be close to the shopping centres and to the centre of the towns?
There's a number of different bits of land which could potentially be used. Some of those we're actively pursuing in the North Wood End area at the moment, and others are existing pieces of council owned land, regeneration land in Kaipui, and then other potential land in the Rangiora area. So I think previous reports have identified what bits of land are available.
Thank you.
So there's two options here, option 2 and option, sorry, Rob, you were going to answer.
I was just going to mention that the sites are and do have an impact on budget. We put forward a proposal based on using Courtney Drive, which wasn't a cost in terms of any land cost, but there was a significant cost in terms of infrastructure at that site, effectively forming a full road with services in the road and the like. If there are some other sites, and we believe there are, that are viable, there may be a trading between infrastructure and some contribution towards those that land. So that's a further report to come back to council on the detail. And as Chris alluded to, we're not quite landed on all of those, so there's some commercial sensitivity with that at this point in time.
So option 2 and option 3, is there a recommendation from staff or preferred? Which option do you prefer of the two?
So option 2 has got 32 units at a cost of 11.6, and that's the option that includes 3.5 million worth of debt, whereas option 3 has got a smaller number of units at a cost of 9.3 million, but with only 1.115 million of debt. And the rationale for that lower debt sum is to ensure we match dollar for dollar the MHUD grant that they've made available. So if we go to the larger number of units, we also maximise the potential for Rata Foundation funding. They have said they'll commit to, or they've indicated that they would commit to $25,000 a unit or up to that for a number of units that we build. So the more we build, the more money we get from Rata Foundation.
I think option 2 is the one which is in the budget at the moment. The Property Portfolio Working Group supported having $3.5 million of debt remaining in there.
So option 2 is the one that, just being clear, was recommended by the working group, is it?
Yes, we sent all of the options to them and said, you don't have to loan more money, and they said, well, actually in this case, different than many other cases, actually with the units that we would be getting with the additional loan funding, and the fact that it's actually relatively, well, it's cost neutral with the income that you receive from rents, then they would support the debt funding.
And that's modelled to be neutral, is that correct?
Actually, the option 1, which was the original version that went out to the public for consultation, had an equal balance of debt and equity, and that is quite cost neutral over time. So option 2 and 3 are increasingly less reliant on debt, so therefore we're actually out of debt earlier in terms of paying them off, So they are more than cost neutral. They generate some modest surplus over time to contribute to offsetting debt across the balance of the portfolio, or accumulating some equity for a further development at some point in the future.
The debt on option 2 is an additional 3.5, and option 3, just looking at the recommendation, is about 1.15 now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just trying to be clear on what the options are, so movers and seconders will need to think about that. Councillor Redmond.
Just a question, perhaps for Jeff. Does the additional debt under option 2 affect our debt levels to any significant degree?
Yeah, it's an increase in debt.
Yes, but does it affect our self-imposed ceiling, etc.?
No, it's in the original proposal, it's within that ceiling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob, you talked about dollar for dollar funding from the government, but there's no within the tables that you put down there. You've got no number for land. You've got numbers for debt and equity, but you haven't got any for land. So if you were to put the land, say from red zone, that's at no cost to us, does that then affect the 50-50 split because it's no cost? But there would be an equivalent cost if the land was purchased somewhere else.
When we submitted our original and then our subsequent bid to HUD, they required us to specify a site. And we did note that there were a number of other options to us, but as we went through the process, that certainly at that point in time was the best one to put forward. So the HUD bid is on the basis, in terms of our proposal, of the land coming as part of the deal. So it is 50-50 in terms of the development costs, but the land is excluded from that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that there's a wee bit of a waiting list associated with elderly housing, but I was curious, your assumptions in terms of were they set at a particular occupancy figure, or were they assuming 100% occupancy for the whole time?
Sorry, in terms of the future revenue stream? It's set at 97%, so we effectively work backwards from that in terms of our forecast revenue. Over the course of time, we have consistently struck 97% or 98%. And the logic of that, of course, is that these properties are well below market rent, anywhere in the order of 20-25% below. So they are very attractive in the open market.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? So you had just caught my eye, so so just what is it you're moving, just so I can again see if you've got a second.
The recommendation.
Which is?
Oh, sorry, option 2. Option 2.
Option 2, because you had to prove either. And you were happy with the addition on G, H and J, which is to insert the consultation with the property portfolio.
No objection.
Okay. And the seconder, Councillor Ward, thank you. Do you wish to speak, Councillor?
Just briefly, along with some colleagues, I'm a member of the housing group, and we've spent a lot of time and looking at this, and I'd like to congratulate the staff for their work. Getting the HUD application over the line, I think, was quite amazing. Like you, Mr. Mayor, I think that funding is at risk, but if we're not in, we won't be getting the benefit of it. If we do get the benefit of the HUD funding, it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. We can build 32 units. It's going to be rate neutral, so there's no cost ultimately to the ratepayer. And from what Rob has said, we may in fact actually make some money in the long run. So the other thing, the RATA support, RATA have changed their criteria and they now have 4 areas that they're focusing on, and one of them is housing. So I think this meets that criteria, bearing in mind that some of our equity, I think, is rata money carried over from the sale of some other older units. So really I encourage colleagues to support this. I think option 2 gives good bang for buck, no cost to the ratepayer, and we're providing 32 homes. So I'm hopeful that the government may see that. If not, we'll have to scale back what we were doing and have another look. But if HUB come to the party, I think this is a no-brainer.
Thank you. Just to be clear, for the here just on the wording B, I think we'll strike out the words after totalling either, and then after the option 2, the brackets, you strike out or the sum and includes option 3, and then the rest would remain. Just check with the mover and second that they're happy with that, because otherwise it was more administration for us. You happy with that? Well, second.
Now this is really good. I know that in the last few years we've been upgrading our present homes and getting them upgraded to and improved. So now we can move on and put our efforts into building new units and giving more elderly people a nice home to live in. Things. I'll be supporting option 2.
Further speakers, did you wish to speak, Councillor Keynes? So I saw you grabbed a. Oh, Councillor Williams. I thought I saw you put your hand up, so I was checking. Yep.
This is the culmination of a lot of work over a reasonably extensive amount of time, and to be able to achieve what on this paper says an $11.615 million project for only putting in $3.5 million loan, because you've very brilliantly got some funding and we have a little bit of equity to kick in there, and be able to put 32 homes over people's heads in an area of housing where vulnerable people are waiting on a list in our district is fantastic. Even better than that is that this can wash its own face. This is a rates neutral proposition. It can pay its operating expenses, it can pay down the loan over time, and can even contribute towards the next development of perhaps elderly people's housing going forward. So basically, what's not to like? The sooner we can get this underway, the better, and hurry up before I change in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I went to Kaiapoi Community Wellbeing last week, and they were telling me about the 33 people that are living in their cars in Kaiapoi, and one of those was identified as being over 65, and Jean from your property team within a few days had that person into a house with under WDC housing. It was just absolutely wonderful to hear that. We've still got 28 to deal with, but they're under that threshold of the 60 or 65 threshold. Housing is an important part, and it's wonderful for this council to be able to do that, but keep up the good work. Thank you.
I'm supporting the recommendation. Did note that with the year that I wasn't at the working party, but it was, the Deaton Press was supported by Councillor Williams, which did surprise me at the time, given some comments he makes quite strongly in that direction. But the package itself, to me, overall does make sense. However, my reserve is around what where HUD is, and if that is undone, that does certainly put a different perspective on that. So we'll need to just keep a watching brief, and as I think colleagues have made, get on and get it under once. Get the agreement signed. There's less that can be undone, the better. And I wouldn't rule anything out in the space, especially after such a damning report yesterday. should also mention that not only this, we've got partnership in place now with we're putting in place with Abbeyfield, so that's another significant step in this direction. We're never going to be able to meet every expectation, so you do need to pick some winners in this, and this is the space in which we're in. I was really impressed when we went to the visit with Otautahi Christchurch recently, and to see how far they've reached the potential of developments and housing, and it's a really impressive model that they've developed in there, and particularly the one that we visited last, where you've got that mix of first home to a degree, where they're providing the land. They had a clever way in which they'd done the foundation to address flooding related issues there. It was smart. We tried the first home housing, and we couldn't get it to deliver where we thought it needed to be to match the funding we have with Rata. So it's now transferring that into an area where we know that there is a need and we need to meet it. So I'm supportive of this, and look forward to hearing an update on the HUD situation. Hopefully we get it done deal so we can deliver for our district. Any further speakers? Right reply?
No.
I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. So we might just take you Chris and Rod. So fees and charges, Marie. Welcome.
Thank you. This report is just a request to the council to approve the fees and charges early to enable staff time to update application forms and systems and websites. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions? So there's a recommendation. Councillor Ward's going to move, seconded by. Don't all put your hand up at once, Councillor Boswell. Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Well, just to say thank you to Marie and your team for the work you do, and I understand that you're just about all up to speed with the new computer system and ready to roll. Is that right? Yes, did you start?
Just about.
Just about.
We've got start training next week on the service request system, and it is looking good.
Oh, that's good. And so you can put all the new things in just one effort, and it's all done.
A lot of these fees will be going into the Tech One system still, because we're just going live this year with service requests. And then phase 2 will pick up a lot of the regulatory modules that these fees relate to.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you for your work.
Thank you. Second,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on a personal note, I appreciate the rationalisation of pricings. It's more like a supermarket retail, and it makes more sense to me.
Are there any specials?
Special on Scotch eggs. So, nice to have you. Any further speakers? Rather than applying, Councillor Ward. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Hear that carried. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Carry out, Mr. Paul. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? So it is what it is, report. Yeah, so I might just see if someone else wants to move for a change. Do you wish to move, Councillor Filton? Seconded, Councillor Cairns. Would you like to speak, Councillor Filton?
No, thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Get that carried in full. If you could extend to your team as well our thanks. I know you've been moving them in line early. Putting all the numbers and things to work, it's been a huge amount huge piece of work, and thank you. In a very uncertain environment, so we appreciate all the work that goes into behind what we have in front of us. It's huge. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass those.
Thank you. Right, I think that's all the reports. We've got one in PX. Do look at, I just, what might leave the PX, but I will come back to that, because I think we might just do the grading while Joanne's here. We break for lunch. So, here submissions folder, so ratings, pages 164. Today, our governance here, the papers this year have been and secured, very easy to follow. So thank you for the work that's gone into indexing and all the work behind the scenes. Right. So normally what we do here is we turn the pages, and if we want to see a different response, then or something different, we can propose an amendment. Page 164.
Are we starting with the render history?
Well, I was looking at, hold on. Well, actually, Joanne, do you want to suggest which, look here? Ratings listed as page 164. Yeah, we should start these and then these for suggestions. That's 1 through 3. Okay, alright. Everyone on the right page. Alright, so page 1 through 3. Just get my attention if you want to see wording changes or something different. 1 through 4. 1 through 5. 1 through 6. Okay, page. Yes.
Just for that submission, the recommendation to the submitter doesn't really address the points that they made. They're talking about basically enabling retail leakage, not heavy vehicles. And so I think that the last paragraph in your response should be deleted, and you should address something along the line.
Which submission point are you talking about?
So this is the staff recommended responses that are on page 36, and then it goes over to page 127.
Stephen Tolson.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because they were talking about roads basically giving people.
What's your suggestion?
So in the response, it talks about shifting heavy vehicles, and this particular submission didn't talk about heavy vehicles in the submission at all.
Just taking up the
So take out the last paragraph,
yeah,
and perhaps address the fact that in the submission they talked about basically enabling retail leakage.
Yeah,
Because otherwise it wouldn't seem to be an incoherent response. I think it was just an accidental oversight.
Okay. Everyone agree with that? Okay, so 137, sorry,
Back to 135. Down reasons for recommendations towards the bottom, talking about the tolls. Tolls in some situations can be used to help, but require an alternative free route. Well, why do you put that in there when there's 3 other routes? If the Eastern Link goes ahead, there are 3 other routes. Why do you need to point out that there are free routes as an alternative?
We need to address that top point.
I can take that out if you like.
Yeah. There is some of these here that good responses, but there is a broader narrative that I talked about. I would like to see us develop, which is the complete response. It would take a lot to go through and redo all that. So, but that's some work we're it tells the whole story of what we're doing. Southport one part of it, and as we were talking about earlier. So we're in agreement to remove that paragraph on tolls. I'll speak now if we
Not the whole paragraph, just those that 2 lines that talk about an alternative free route, that one sentence.
Okay, so just that sentence, leave the rest in.
Yep.
Alright, so we're at 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142.
There's just a typo. In the responses submitted in the last paragraph, there's just a typo where it says the new regular Eastern Link Road will intersection Northbrook Road, it should say intersect.
I know that comms and others have got eyes to go over these yet. Yeah. So that's good to know where we see them. So Helene's taking notes of these as we go up, is that right? Yep. So it's 143.
Similarly, on the bottom of that, the very last paragraph, 43, it says, well, considered and balances with risk. It should be balanced with risk, the D, not S. Sorry.
So no, that's good. Let's might just pay to do a bit of a check through other responses just to make sure that's all consistent. Hello, thank you. Nikki, 144. 145. Okay, so noting the same 145.
Yeah, sorry, the typos in the last paragraph where it says around an intersection on some of these routes. It should just say intersections and it's be an S at the end.
Chocolate fish for picking these up.
Sorry, my old life as an editor.
146, 147.
Once again,
Yeah,
the S and intersection.
That mistake that I picked up has just been copied and pasted throughout. So if you fix it in one place, it will flow through to where you put it.
We do. The staff will go through and do that check to make sure that that's consistent. So.
Okay, well, in that case, at the bottom of page 147, where it says around intersection on some of these routes, there should be an S at the end of that word on the last paragraph.
It will be picked up. So, yeah. 148.
146. Just feeding back on Councillor Lackey's comment. Are the tolls paragraphs going to be all reworded the same?
Yes, they should be. Yeah. So pick it up for tolls with a part all. Have that reference. Okay, 149.
Sorry, Dan.
Yeah.
148. So on 148, in Mr. Chapman's submission, I don't think that the staff recommended response addresses his points, but the recommendation of council do. So perhaps we could incorporate some of the information on points 2, 3, and 4 in the recommendation to council into the recommended response to the submitter, because it doesn't actually talk about those things in the response, which I think would be good information for him to have.
Yep, I'm in agreement with that. Are we all happy with that? It's just a bit of wordsmithing, having those 2, 3, and 4 in there. Yep. So 150.
Again, sorry, I threw them all.
what we're here for, so don't apologise.
I just don't want people getting incoherent responses from council, because you read it like, what are they saying? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Again, so in the submission for that block of them, the recommendation to council and staff recommendations submitted on page 150. I think, again, if we can add information from number 3 and 4 in the recommendation to council into this, because it's essentially,
Just bear in mind that there's comms, just saying there's comms still to go through, and then I read them as well before they go out. So there's still a few eyes to go over it yet.
I just want it to be obvious that the process is flexible, as it says in 3 and 4. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Capturing
Yeah, they're being captured, aren't they? Yeah, you're getting those, Emma, in today. So they are being noted as we go through. Just on 151, which is Mr. Dyer, he had some concerns around the where it came out on Coldstream Road. So just making sure that we do capture. There was other responses to him as well, but somewhere in there we talk about that detailed design. There will be obviously a conversation. There will be consultation with affected landowners, including himself, around the route, the alignments, because that was one of his main points when he submitted to us. So if we could just note that on, just to make sure it is picked up in other points. Yeah.
Just a point there, brother. Just on Mr. Dyer again, reason for recommendation. What is the West Rangiora route? Is it a thing? It's all in capitals. It's like a project. I'm actually not familiar with that. And the reason for recommendation. So what is?
I think it's put there in the next page.
Is it explained? Does it?
Yeah.
Well, so I just haven't seen that.
Yeah.
The terminology for whatever that project is.
Is that defined, Joanne?
We know what West Rangiora
route is basically Fernside, Flaxton, Skewbridge, Ohoka Road through to the State Highway. When we did a study of that corridor, we called it the West Rangiora.
But it's not a project as such or a funding package for a whole.
Yes, it is a package.
It is a package.
It's got a number, quite a number. There's probably 20 or more projects
might be
that sit
understood.
underneath it. Yeah.
Okay.
It is spelled out in the brackets thereafter.
Yeah.
But that's a good point. Thank you. Right. 152. 153.
153, sorry.
Yeah.
Not the job position either. But recommendation to council, we just have point 2, it says which would have a significant what? Which would have we're missing a word there somewhere.
It's at the end of.
No, it's repeated elsewhere. I think it's. No, you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Bear in mind that won't go outside the recommendation. That it's the one underneath, but yes, it has been.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
What
You see what it's meant there?
A significant
impact
on something. I know, but it's going to be impact, cost. Yeah.
Good, but for completeness, we picked these up because they can be edited for.
Picked up somewhere else and transposed it.
Yeah, good work. And 154, yes.
Just under the staff recommendation to the submitter, on the last paragraph, this is going to the submitter, and it says there are a number of issues raised by the submitter. Can we just take them by the submitter get out? So raised regarding the person.
Yeah, good point.
I can take the leader of the submitter. Thanks.
Thank you. 155. One, 5, and 6. 157. 158. 160.
Just with regard to Morris's submission and the response, we're talking, he doesn't mention heavy vehicles in his submission, or he's not in the summary here, but we talk about heavy vehicles. Is that relevant to replying to him? Without seeing his full submission here.
I would need to go back and check the full submission, but I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, we just keep that sheet. Point. Okay. So that's 160. 161. Yeah.
Can we, being that this is to the community board, could we perhaps put the information in 1 and 2 into the response to that submitter being on the other community board, so that's sort of more technical information to be well understood by them and give them more information.
Yeah. One 62. 163.
I just feel like I'm like, I know you guys were actually swamped by a million of these things and you had very limited time, so this is our criticism, but in the last paragraph in the response to the submitter, it's just a really messy paragraph. So in the third line of the last paragraph on that page, it says, belt intersection, take out the word replaced, was replaced, take that out, and then with traffic signals, and then take the word was out, because the intersection was not. And then in the second to last line, remove the and between effectively and particularly, and place the and after the word peak. So it, so then it reads, Does that make sense, or do you want me to read it the way it should be? Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just go back to the community board submission in terms of, it talks about.
So hold on.
Sorry.
We've got Nikki's points there, they're also being recorded as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so that's good. So
sorry, going back to page 160, it always goes back through the summaries of the Rangiro's growth, but it's the whole district's growth, and Rangiro is like the service centre, and so that's why there'd be an increased traffic, not only just the Rangiro population growth, but the whole district. It needs to be clarified or just included that the whole district will grow. Thanks.
okay, so we're at 164 now.
Sorry. So with 164 in the response to the submitter, Clark. So in the
First one or second one?
The first one.
Yeah.
Clark submission. Oh, sorry, there's both. Sorry. Where in the second to last line in that recommended response of the second paragraph, where it says it's not yet at the end of its life, I think that we should add, hence we've had difficulty securing funding from NZTA, and make it very clear that that's why that is the way it is.
Also, it's been we've hit a look at, so there are reports on that which support that conclusion as well. Okay. 165, 166. Yeah, that's good.
On 166, item 6.5, the officer recommendation is not accept, but I think the recommendation to us is really a partial acceptance. This refers to slowing up traffic and congestion and so on, speed limits.
But Helene, when we do the not accept, and is that a toggle for staff when they go
Yes.
through, right?
They'll
So,
do it when they write the response.
so what
Doesn't go.
but what options have they got in there?
Partial, not, or accept.
This doesn't go, but you would like, you're suggesting partial,
Yes.
that's,
I think those submissions reflect the majority.
if there's the ability to do that, that'd be good, thank you. Alright, so we're still at 166.
Yes. On page 166, which is in response to submission 6.4, in the recommended response, it says, and streetlights are usually only chosen as a solution. Do we need traffic lights? We need traffic lights. It's in the second line of the first paragraph of that response.
You start okay with it? Alright, so 167. 168. 169. 170. 171. 172. 173. 174. Just, I mean, where it's got comments from submitters, some of them are a bit terse, to be perfectly frank, in the way that they put it. And that I don't necessarily agree with things like fraudulent climate change. How do we reference that back? Because where it's overstated language like that, how are we proposing that be answered in the submission summary? I'm just referring particularly 174. I just wonder if we can just think about that, because I don't necessarily want to restate something. We'll get into a long description about it.
That's a really good observation, Mr. Mayor. We have a series of statements like that which are quite common amongst some submitters, and so we have some common responses that we already have constructed. And then there are, as we've had a chat with the Chief Executive and taken some advice, and there are some others that are actually points that don't relate to the LTP at all. We just don't need to respond to them. So there might be some that we can filter out as well. But yeah,
It's just about, and I'm just trying to remember how the letter is, whether it has a summary in there, with some of that I'm sure you'll address, but I just wanted to check, because I wouldn't want to personally restate that when it's not correct. Yeah, it's a person's view, but it doesn't mean we have to necessarily restate it. There'll be a way to balance that.
We'll have a look at that.
I appreciate you considering that.
Yeah.
Tim?
Just a point of notice in view of these responses, we talk about the national government. That's just the government. I mean, we wouldn't talk. We wouldn't talk about the Labour Green government or the National Green government. In fact, it's a coalition. We might just take a bit of the politics out of it. The government is the government. It's not like journalism training for me. Yeah. So it's a small point, but it just takes a little bit of the edge off it, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So can we just remove the
not national anyway? So
yeah, and it's probably actually in some instances when I've read it, they're referring to the national government, not as in the
it could be confusing actually for some.
Central government.
Yeah.
Anyway, if that can be picked up as a general point, I think that's in there, that'd be good. Alright, so we're at 175.
Yeah, just following up on the point that you just made previously on 175 and the response to that submitment, which is 6.13 from the page before. In the second paragraph where it says significant work has been undertaken, would it be useful if we put significant consultation and work so that they know that we didn't just make this up? This is actually a response to what people have said that they wanted.
Yes, the improved science. Okay, 176.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, if we can have, in terms of the staff recommended response to submitter, the last paragraph could be a little bit more clearer in terms of what was discussed this morning about doing the pathway from Woodend to Ravenswood as part of it. Did you say operational budget or whatever it was, Joanne, that it's going to be going ahead in the next financial year, something like that, so it's more clear for her that it is going to happen. Thank you.
That would still be potentially subject to.
Okay, all right.
We can just explain that that's being
But I thought that that small path was still going to be done. Yes, ma'am.
The report said we had put it into the National Land Transport Program, seeking co-funding, and that we would come back to council if we don't get that, and then it would be a further decision of council.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for the
If
clarification.
I can just repeat that. Thank you. In there it's got the national government, second paragraph, third paragraph as well. I know that you picked it up with a sheet. Okay, so 177. 178. 179. 180 donations. 181.
Yeah, 181, 182. That response to the submitter about traffic management, we haven't made a decision on that because Don was going away to look at that whole situation and coming back with a report from Roding as to the possibility of having in-house traffic management. So we haven't actually made a decision on that, but we're saying to the responder that we don't accept his suggestions.
So what's Don doing?
So I'm not sure what Don is doing, but
We're
Don
not sure what he's doing. As part of the overall traffic, what did he come to? He came to present, and we asked him would he come back to us with the possibility of putting an in-house traffic management team together, and he said it will come back as a report to us.
I think the report would be of the flavour that his responses, that an in-house traffic management would not be considered an economic or a viable option for council.
Okay, it's just okay, but we haven't seen that to putting the cap.
If that is coming, he's already mentioned that that's coming. That's I think.
I wasn't aware a report had been requested.
I think it's coming in item 3 at the top of page 182.
Okay, can I?
Look, I think we can, I think it came out of a recent briefing, which I don't think Joanne and I were actually present for. So I think we can make some reference to that. Staff will be advising council on options for cost-effective traffic management. Obviously, a little bit more general, and we can include that. But I think that we don't want to preempt what that advice would be, but I think even our road manager is advising that. Look, we'll cover that off when we bring it.
I know where it was on the end of Cord's briefing. That's right. We talked about whether the absurd cost of traffic management.
So we'll get some more general words.
I was at a recent, I mentioned it as well because I've been at a recent roading forum where the minister was, and he indicated that from a national level they're looking at, he's looking at traffic management, he's looking to make change. So perhaps if that's, Kim did a recent statement for me that had that in there, so I think it was an answer to David Hill, one of the queries. So if we uplift that might actually help in there as well. If we look at the national level, the standards which then we are obliged to follow, and if there are more options, then the council, of course, can consider what its acceptance of risk and how we want to manage that. So you've got that too? You okay with that, Al?
Yeah.
Okay, 182, 182.
Yeah. On submission 6.22, in the response to that submitter, could we please add information from number 2, the recommendation council, because it doesn't actually, otherwise it's kind of an incomplete thought and it doesn't really address their concerns that they've raised, whereas you've actually noted it in the response to council.
Good point.
It's just a small type there, I think, at the end of that recommendation. It's a long sentence, but placement of bus stops and the extent of supporting infrastructure can impact the ease of access to the bus when is at a bus stop.
Yes, okay.
Is that when?
When at a bus stop.
When? Oh, no, it's a when at, is that what we're trying to say? Yeah. When at a bus stop.
Remove it is. Yeah. Listen. Right. 183.
Also, on 183, 624, we add information from number 4 in the recommendation to council to that response to this note.
Yeah.
Because private car parks aren't really under our control, so I think we need to make that clear, or else we'll wonder why we're not addressing it.
Okay. 183, 184.
184, the response to submission 65. That submitter is actually a senior primary school student. She's about 12.
Oh, that's that young.
Yeah, so I don't know if maybe that's the best way to word that to her, or maybe she'd quite like getting something that.
What? I was actually planning, I had thought about that after those kids submitted and they did such a great job, was actually we would set up a time and take staff out to meet with them and go through the points, particularly around the parks. There's a real opportunity with our play advocate and others to encourage that. Wonder whether the ECAN is one, so transport one's one we could go out as well with. Think about that and the response, because you're right, she's very shy at hearing.
Lovely proposition.
We're going to think about that. Can we just note that that's one of the student get comms to work with us to think about how best to respond there.
Great response. Yeah.
Yeah. Good, well picked out, Matthew. So 184, 185. 186, 187, 188.
188, 6.31, the reason for the recommendation, it says the agreed level of service provided for footpaths and shared paths in rural areas is that they are not lit. I just wondered, this is actually an urban area going through a golf course. Are you calling a golf course rural?
I checked the zone, it's actually zoned rural around here.
In Pegasus?
I think actually it's might be rural lifestyle, and yeah, that section isn't residential.
Perhaps that needs to be, because of course they'll get that back, so probably a bit of backstory to that it is. Surprisingly, it is zoned, well, it's probably zoned rural because the golf club's there. And they won't, yeah, anyway, there'll be a reason. If we could just prove the rationale there.
Would solar lights down there be a bit more efficient and do the job? Because there are people walking through Pegasus through into Ravenswood. People are walking home and walking through there. So maybe solar lights?
Solar lights are not necessarily as cheap as what you might think they are. And this is the whole levels of service argument. So we've got other shared paths around the district, including Kaipoi down to the northern corridor, which had absolutely no lighting, which would have significantly higher number of users than that path would. And if council wanted to consider a higher level of service in those rural areas for those connecting paths, then I would be suggesting we would need to think about which ones we do first and prioritise those in budget.
So I think we can, we're happy to reword it in a way that doesn't just focus on the zoning. As long as council are conscious, as Joanne pointed out, there's actually a number of other areas that we might have to consider if we're going to think.
Right, okay.
Okay, so
just going back to 186 if we may. The second paragraph in the response to this is while there's a crash history in the area, it's not being sufficient to build a case for replacement. Do we maybe want to expand on that a wee bit? It kind of puts not enough people have been heard there, so we're not actioning much. Just in how I read it.
Oh, you're reading number 4, is it?
Kind of the response to the spiral.
Sorry, we lost which submission is this?
Page 186, to Bruce McLaren. Just in the recommended response to the submitter.
Well, because we do actually agree it needs to be replaced, and we're in, perhaps we can just put a more positive way of answering that, because it says the last,
we don't want a sufficient crash,
crashes,
do we?
No, and actually because of the bridge and the big trucks not being able to access it, there has been fatalities.
Can you look at that one as well? Thank you.
Just rewording it.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that up as well. I think that if we actually talked about, if we put the existing structure hasn't reached the end of its life first, and there's a crash, there's a crash. Anyway, just shuffle it around so that those two factors have not been enough to actually attract funding.
Okay. 187. 188. We're shift forward. Sorry, we're at 190. Sorry, 190.
Yes. 190. Just on the response to submission 634, that submitter also talked about signage and wayfinding. There's nothing in there about in the comments that address those. So if we could perhaps come up with something like that would be nice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
In particular, Enterprise North Canterbury are focusing on signage, aren't they?
All right. 191. 192. 193. Just one thinking of 192. We had, which is to do with footpaths, but there's a regular submission around lighting off the main street, which connects the subdivision between the church. I was reminded when I was at a dinner with former Deputy Mayor Felsted the other night, he doesn't like going along because it's not safe at night. And he's got lights in there, so it was giving me an excuse for not complaining. We did look at lighting to go down that path, I forget what it's called now, and apparently we've done some of it, but not all. Yes, yeah.
I would need to follow that.
If you could just a point just regularly asked about that.
There is a report to the Oxford Community Board in the first instance, and I just can't remember exactly where they landed. But yeah.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd just be I'd be interested in knowing yourself and perhaps to the local councillors as well, might also be interested. Thank you. So 194.
Yeah, 194. They, at this stage, can we challenge the officer's recommendations?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we ought to accept that. School travel plan for Rangiora High. Why should the ratepayer fund that? It's a school problem, a school initiative. Sure, they can work with our roading staff to come up with what they want, and it says somewhere it's co-funded a bit. But why is the ratepayer paying for Rangiora High's school travel plan?
To provide a little bit of context, school travel planning does often sit as part of road safety and I guess sustainability work in terms of how staff can work with schools to look at how they can get children travelling to school in other ways, and that could include walking, cycling, taking a bus rather than necessarily being dropped at the school gate. It can have wider benefits for a community because it gets people thinking about different options for travel. And we have previously done school travel planning work with Southbrook School as part of the improvements that we did down and around their school. And going forward, it is actually something that I think we should be doing more of, school travel planning. They have a really big student population, and they can have quite an impact on our road network in terms of how they get there. And so that's the reason why I have put them.
I don't object to the plan and the implementation of a plan. It's just I don't think it ought to be funded from our end. It ought to be funded from the Ministry of Education.
It's not. It's saying that it will come back, as I understand here, the budget and stuff. Is that correct? I read that under point 3. It's been requested, which would have to.
And so it would be subject to Kotahi code funding
50/50.
approval. 4951, yep. So through the National Land Transport Program. And yes, if we didn't get the funding, then we would be coming back to
With 1,800 students plus all the associated staff, and as it is importantly, assist, share your view, our not complete. We assisted with co-funding, yes, but it's important there and they raised it through the commission to acknowledge the various challenges they have. So, you happy with that?
Yep. If they can't make their pupils walk to school.
Joanne, how does that compare with the Southbrook School Travel Plan, which seemed to be a collaboration of roading, community board, council and the school working together? I'm assuming we didn't provide funding to the school for that purpose.
No, we didn't provide it to school, and we wouldn't give it to the school in this situation. And sorry, I hope that I can clarify that in the response.
It looked to me like the Rangiora High School were asking for the money, and
they were
getting their own consultants and going to do their own thing.
But no, we wouldn't just hand money over to them. It would be more likely that council would actually engage a consultant, and it would run the same way as we did with the Southbrook School, where we had staff and some community board potentially involvement, or council involvement, whatever you would like to see, with the school and their key stakeholders and parents and students to be able to develop something that was shared and we all took ownership in, but the school actually needs to take a significant ownership in ensuring that they are actually delivering on the plan as well. So yes, it would be a combined.
Could we change that wording then that says we would use this money to access staff? That gives the impression that Phil's just mentioned that we're giving them the money to produce the plan.
Yeah, I wondered if accept was the right word. They're asking for money and we're not giving it to them for it, so.
Not hell of a clear.
Yep. So we make it partially in my favour.
Yes, okay. All right. 195.
Just on that same submission, notwithstanding the conversation we just had, whatever our response is, can we please work it into a paragraph format, because the recommended response is just bullet points and it speaks to the significance and so,
These have all been worked into a paragraph, yeah.
and on 6.41, just out of curiosity, didn't we already do a project like this in Southbrook, or who was behind that with Living Street or something like that, when we had the concrete bollards and painted roofs and that, is that the same organization that did that, or is it something else?
It's very much along the same lines, and I think what the point of the submission from the National Public Health Service was that it's a way to sometimes achieve more bang for buck, if you like, but the flip side of that is that you will need to come along and make it permanent anyway, so there are situations where a trial can work right before you go.
Okay.
Southbrook was a good example where, yes, we did get some funding to do the original work, which was just painted lines and a few.
As part of the program, the minister at the time, I feel it was.
Thank you.
Okay, 196. We'll continue these because we have given that and then that much. But we haven't got any more, so that 197. 198.
And 198, do we want to actually make a response to the suggestion about removing traffic lights and underpasses, or just leave it?
So which 198?
So there's a group of submissions that did the response at the bottom of page 198. To that group of submissions.
What are you suggesting?
We haven't really talked about the suggestion to remove traffic lights and commit to an underpass. Is that something that we should respond to? Because it's not really mentioned.
Yeah, so we will. We are continuing to advocate for that. So perhaps we should put it in there around the underpass or a safe crossing. When we've not undertaken it all around lights, because lights will still be required for the school, because that's what they were put in for. So wouldn't want us to say that we're.
I'm not suggesting we should remove them. They just mentioned it, so I think that may be a justification as to why we keep the lights, but we're working on the underpass or something like that.
Okay. 199. Uh, 200. I think just on 199 where it says there 6.46, further work is now progressing on a longer term options. Oh no, that's okay. We can't say anything about the land there because it's not sorted yet. That's right. 200. 201. 202. 203.
Just in relation to response to the submitter, Enterprise North Category have already done all of the maps for the cycle trails, and I spoke with them last time, and the next stage is that they're putting in signage which relates to the spokes request and would potentially relate to Martin Trinken's request as well. So it was more important to actually have signage on the trails and actually have a map. But he and C have already done the maps. They're already available online.
I think that request specifically was around the funding for the maps.
Yep.
And I have been working with my team on some of the street-to-street signage that they want to do where the trail comes up and stops and it moves across to the other side of the street. It's some relatively low cost signage, that we would be proposing to do out of our mine safety budget. So that would be in a separate report that we will bring to the community boards and wouldn't necessarily need specific funding.
Because I was told by NC that they had a whole pile of budget and they were putting in signage on all these other trails.
On their own trails,
On their own
yes. Yeah. So within the parks, they are doing their own signage. We are they have requested council's help is just at the actual road connection crossing, so the lights and country road leading around me.
Okay, well, I think 204, we're at the end of the roading submission items, so thank you, Joey and the team.
Appreciate you taking the meeting.
Oh, no, that's okay, it's good to be heading here, so thank you. Now, I think what we'll do is, just trying to think of what I'm not sure, start, I think it's to get staff notification. I think we'll just run from the start, work our way through the YouTube.
Which one do that?
Oh, sorry, we'll deal with PX report first, straight after lunch. PX minor workshop on the LGNZ, and then we'll come into the other items. So, with a bit of luck, if we keep going on this, we should be complete today. If with that flexibility of staying a bit later if needed. All right. So if we break for lunch now, and if we're back here at 2:15. 213. I wondered at the end of 213, it's the top paragraph at the end, says we would need to engage with the community. I would do a full stop there and take the rest out because we haven't made a decision on that. Yes, there will be future LTPs or annual plans, but I don't think we need to add that in there. Suggest that that's a distance away, or we may decide differently. I would just recommend we take it out. Okay, 214. 215. 216. Just being clear on that, because it goes into 217. If we've got that work with, and this is Robinson, is that proceeding? Or we meet on site with you. It's got a response there around the Macintosh drain. So are we working still?
Yeah,
We've got a plan in place.
Yes, so we're in close contact with Mrs. Robinson, and we're also in discussion with the adjacent developers. So that's ongoing.
Can you please put that through that whole episode through the Coastal Drainage Committee, who know nothing about this? Can you refer it back to our next meeting through Dan Lewis?
Yes, no problem.
Okay. 217. I just wonder whether at the bottom there it's got amenable research 6.63. In the summary, I just went to the council hearing last night at the Ahoka. It says mall. We just checked that should be Hall, I thought. We haven't got it may have been how it was typed in by the submission, but
Pavilion, actually.
It was Pavilion.
Well, that should be, is distinct from the hall.
Yeah, it was the Pavilion, not the Hall. But the mall, there might be, no, we're not saying that.
I didn't know we had one of those.
It's coming.
218. Don't wind her up, Philip. 219. 220. 221. On the answer to the top one under staff recommended response to the submission, the last sentence of the paragraph, consultation with residents will be undertaken, says later. Can we just take out the words later and just put this year? Because we are going to undertake it soon, I hope. 222. 223. 224. 225. 226. 227. 228. 229. 230.
Just that same comment in 229, isn't it? 2026. 25.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jeff. 253.6. Similar paragraph. So that's 230. 231. So I was going to bring up a point. Oh, sorry, I think we're at the end there for you. Yeah. So this stormwater drainage. This PDU 225. Yeah. Others 228. Yeah. So we have, I think that concludes us with Jared, unless we want to go and revisit everything.
I think it's not to do with the main five, which is the 119.
Oh, yes, we've done that.
Did we do 119?
Yeah, we've done number 5, Murder East and Lake. Oh, hold on. No, we haven't done 119, sorry. No, 119. Is everyone on 119? 120?
Just actually for the record, on page 119, there's an error in option A and B. It refers to the term votes. That is not correct, it's the submission twice. It's a clerical error, and staff will undertake to go through the whole document and make sure we remove that reference.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I see that next year. Okay, 120. 121. 122. 123. I just wondered in this here, we talk about this top of 124. Over the past 10 years, the council spent over 30 million. We're proposing a significant budget for the next 10 years. I wonder whether we should find the figure out and add it into the responses. With the works we've approved plus the capital program, it's a lot. So it just shows we are working to address it. So if that could be considered, and there's a number of responses like that in here. I was just going through it.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
So if we could just update them all to include that. Is that all right with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 124. 125. 126. 127. 128. 129. 130. 131. 132. 133. I don't think there's anything else for June. Okay. Thank you. Job well done.
Thank you.
All right. Green space, community and recreation. We might as well deal with that now. Is Chris here?
No, give him a shout. Do you want to grab one? Who's first?
It's green space and community facilities. So it's 2:30. I think we can start without Chris. So it's 2:30. 231. So under Sefton Domain, I'd like to request that we have a workshop at council around the Sefton community hall, the new hall. My understanding is there's, just talking, it's going to be a long way away. There's a miracle of funding that comes along, so just like to understand what the challenges are. And I understand there's also a need for a new septage facility regardless. So it'd be good to have a discussion around what options there are, and then what are the next steps with the community group. Because they've still got to conclude the library sale over the line. It sounds to me like that project's a long way off, unless there's some assistance to them. So Grant, if we can have a workshop about that, that would be good. Is everyone happy with that? Okay. So thank you for offering up that $50 million of saving, Grant.
Always here for you, Dan.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Still Chris later, man. Yeah.
From a distance.
I'm now volunteer.
We've just requested a workshop on Sefton public hall. Okay, so 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240.
238, there's a typo there at the top. Staff recommends that the response significant. Something has been undertaken. The word works missed out. 238.
It's not 237.
The 237.
237. Yeah, same. 238. Yeah.
So we pick, if we pick that one up, so just recap the it's number 237.
238. Work goes in after significant.
Yes. Okay.
Channeling. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, significant has been undertaken, yeah. Thank you. It's missing, a word missing in there. It's your significant work, or it's to be there. Right, so we're on page 239. 240. This is with the kids that came and submitted to us. I'd like to go out and meet with them, so we could go rather than just do a letter back to them, but maybe take our play advocate and some other staff. So can we organise that? Work with Mrs. Campbell at the school, and possibly we could go and have a look while we're out there at some of the where they've been talking. Just I think it shows that we're interested and like to see what other things, explain the process from here, which will include the community board as well. My understanding is that the board, both Thomas and Sarah had actually spoken to the children, so they kind of were aware of to make the submission, but it's about the news. In addition to getting a response, we go out and deliver the response to them effectively. So if we can set it up, and maybe Tim and Nikki if they want to.
Just a query on that with process. I know that's one of the items that discussed on the Pearson Park Advisory Group, and normally that advisory would go to community board and then comes to council. Is that right? Yeah, sort of. So that process remains in place, doesn't it? Because it is a potentially a major work item for the advisory board. We've got allocated money to spend. We haven't made a decision yet. Just want to sort of make sure that the advisory board's abreast of that, so we don't look like we're doing things in reverse.
If we're going out here, I think we should invite the chair of the advisory group.
Yeah, it might be valuable just to give it a bit of a focus on the advisory board people.
Just a process one, because of the delegation, it actually does go straight to the community board. So given that the budget already sits there and it's a concept plan for a park, that actually sits at the community board.
So what we're discussing at the advisory board is actually just...
It might be good practice, given a lot of it is involves Pearson Park. We should perhaps have a chair so that they're at least aware. But we can, I won't design that by committee now. Or
okay,
have a discussion.
Been a major open discussion.
Okay, so 240, 241. There are a number of those submissions from the children, so we just need to make sure we pick all those up. We know who their names, don't we? Yeah, thank you. 241, 242. It's one of their ex or the lead, I think, as well. And I'd say Billy King will be the next as well. 243, 244.
243 is where the kids ones stop.
Yes.
And then 7.21 is a different person.
Yeah. Two, four, four. 245. 246.
Oh, that Mr. Taylor Smith is, he comes in on 310, page 310, where he states that he is, I live in the park because I couldn't get a rental in Greater Christchurch because we have a dire housing crisis. The council should advocate for residents who are vulnerable in this respect and look into providing social housing for more than just the elderly.
Where was that chain again, sir?
He writes again on page 310. 310. He also submits on.
Well, we'll get there in a minute.
Yeah, but that's just the same person.
WYC.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, really? Okay. To 310, we'll pick it up. Okay. 246. 247. Can we just, any of those responses about SNAs, can we just make it very clear in there that it's a voluntary process that we're working with landowners, because a lot of them haven't got that clear, and it's assuming that, well, it's been alleged that it's all compulsory. Well, we've been very clear about that. So can all those responses around SNAs, can we pick that up? Uh, 248.
247, 248. The submission from Rhonda, the reason for the recommendation was news to me. This regards the fee waiver committee that I've been pressing to get the terms of reference, which are in draft, to come to council for ratification. So firstly, in the top line, there are actually 4 members of the committee, not 3. And I suspect that this proposal will be news to all of us.
Yeah. So has that not been discussed with the fee waiver committee? So why is that being proposed? That it comes directly to the council, the CNR committee? Are we doing away with that subcommittee? No, well then that needs to be changed.
No, so we'd still need to report back on that, so.
Why are we proposing that?
No, we're going to have to propose a process change on how that works.
Why are we proposing that in there? Is that?
But we can remove that.
Well, definitely. If it hasn't been agreed, and why would we go outside of a fee waiver committee? Just we've already set up. Is there a reason?
I'm happy to proceed with the committee. The members are responsive and it works well from Green Space's perspective.
So who's been running? Who's raised this as an issue? Is it an issue? So how did it come to light then?
I think it was probably just me responding to Rhonda's submission to put that in there to be discussed further at council.
Okay. Oh right. Okay. If we can take that out, unless there's a few other ones, I personally think the fee waiver subcommittee appears to work well, unless there's a reason. How often do you meet?
We probably don't meet often enough in reality. We do most of it by email, although it would be useful to have a meeting in person because the Presbyterian Church actually sent to us by email. I said, hey, hang on, I think this is outside our pay grade, and that was why I came to council to read it. But there are terms of reference waiting to be approved. This new structure was only set up a year ago, and it hasn't been finished, would be my point.
Right, so that's going to come back to us, but it's going to keep the fee waiver. Well, hopefully keep it in place unless there's a good reason not to.
I think it's working well, but there are the members, Robbie, Jason and
it goes back a little bit over time where Rob's coming from, I think. As you know, we had quite a debate about 5 or 6 years ago now, where a councillor had some objection to something going up 50 cents at the recreation centre. As such, a lot of work that Mr Sargison and the CNO committee had done was thrown out. What came in didn't work either, so we created this fee waiver thing after the councillor left here. And we've been incrementally bringing the cost of the halls to better reflect without going over the top, so that they can put budget in yet as likely. So they go through the fee waiver committee, and there was 3 came through on my emails today requesting, and we've all responded already to those 3 fee waiver. So in essence, we're looking, depending on the case, they put up 50%. And that's where Rhonda's coming from as far as 30-50%, because over at Weekend, it's likewise been 30 to 50%. But you're talking about very minimalistic sums of money here. So I think the committee's working well, but Phil's right, we need a better terms of reference. I don't know about meeting more often, but certainly we need to meet in the near future with the terms of reference.
Well, so maybe the answer could be, sorry.
Is there a limit on each one that you can waiver, and is there an accumulative value that you can waiver over a period of a year? Because if you haven't,
there's a specific budget. It's allocated on a budget line, so that we can actually keep track of how much money it is that we're waiving and how much is left within there. So everybody's actually the way the process is meant to be working is that everybody actually pays their fees, because we have maintenance to do on the buildings and those sorts of things, and then they utilise that separate budget to get a grant to be able to pay the fee, and that means we can track the budget and track the amount that we're actually giving as waivers. So that's the way the process is always meant to have worked. I don't know if it's working exactly like that in terms of the financial process of transferring money between accounts and making people still pay it and get the grants, because it's a little bit more administration. But there is a budget, and I think it was $25,000, I believe, originally, and now it's $32 or something thousand. And we do a report every 6 months that goes to CNR, which says these are all the people that have received the waiver, and this is the total amount of that, and this is the amount of budget that's left in that budget. I think in the first year we went quite a long way over the budget of 25, but since then it's a lot more limited because a lot of people who are regular bookers, they have a 50% discount, they're quite happy.
So can if it is that we're reviewing the terms of reference and that's to come, can we just put that in the answer that bit needs to go out of there around that's going to CNR as we've discussed, but the process is going to come. That answer just needs recrafting.
And there was a suggestion as to me that we enlarge our scope for another unit of council as well. So there's a
that's already approved. So council approved building and resource consents to be included as part of that fee waiver committee. I think what was remaining in terms of those terms of reference was the process around whether people were meeting regularly or just doing it by email, or whether there was going to be a scheduled meeting that had to happen at certain times of the year. And we were still checking about whether or not there was a legal requirement because it was a meeting to have it advertised, etc., or whether it could continue as it was, which was easy, which was just emailing out to everyone, having their feedback and then coming back and then having the 6 monthly report. But the work's all been done, so we could come to the next CNR meeting with the terms of reference, and we're more than happy to change
maybe we do need to consider what the financial maximum is, otherwise it's never it's an open book. So I think that should possibly come back as part of that. So there's you've got a line item there that could be considered as well, so there is some level of financial control. Otherwise we're making it difficult for, it's around the accountability of that really. Alright, are you okay with that?
Yeah, no worries.
Alright, so if that answer can be redrafted. Alright, okay, so, but by the way, thank you to the fee waiver members who I hear are doing a very good job. That's what I hear back from people that are going through it. They find the process works well for them. There might be some that don't agree with the decision you've made, but you've gone through a process. So, alright, 249.
Can I ask, so because the officer recommendations are to accept, are we actually giving $150,000 for work to be done to place the park up?
So what's this,
249? So at the top of the scenario too.
Well, it's yes, so that's not an accept, is it? Unless have you budgeted?
That was my question. Yeah, it should be a partial accept because we do have some renovation money there, but it's not totaling anywhere near 150k.
And so you'll be working with the club, so it'll say something like as council staff will be working with the club to make sure that flooding will be minimised or something like that, so they can use the grounds.
Yeah, and we've already done some work with the club as well.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Thank you.
I was at a rugby club on Saturday. They've raised, it's amazing what they've done out there. They're putting in lights. They've already raised over $1,000. They've got a little over 40 left to go. It's been an incredible amount of work out there. So it's a good organisation that club out there. All right. 250. $251. $252. $253.
My only comment with regard to 7.35 is that does the staff recommended response to the submitter with regard to spending $50,000 in Hilton Street, does that response actually match up with what the summary says? And that you're saying that you're going to spend $60,000 on in Norman Kirk Park, but they're talking about the South Luba and how that could be $50,000 should be allocated to that space to actually upgrade it because there's trips and falls in that area.
we can extend the response to the submitter to address those concerns. The funding has been allocated, as you noted, in Northern Park, and the board's supportive of that, and South Mooga has a different purpose on the horizon, so we can just make a more detailed response that addresses the use of South Mooga.
That'd be good, thanks Chris.
No worries.
The reason for the recommendation does not go back to this. The only piece that goes back is the staff recommended response. By the way, so those paragraphs above don't go back. That's another.
Just one little topic, was it the staff recommendation? Was it the last line? Staff can Kaikoura Promotion Association. Is it staff are keen at the Kaikoura Promotion Association?
Yeah.
I don't know what can is, but
it's a new term for working in with KTH.
It's Scots, isn't it?
Sounds like something I would say.
Alright, okay. It's 254. I think it would be good under 255, just make it clear the North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust who operate the stadium on council's behalf, because not everyone knows their arrangements. Just in that response back, just to the top there, staff work with North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust who operate the stadium on behalf of the council. So
is that the response to the?
Yes, to the Boshire one. Yes, you're right at the top. It's just where it says the trust there, but we all know that they may not. Okay. 255, 256. I'd actually welcome a briefing on the Oxford Health Centre at some stage. We own the building, and just an update of, I know that they had Rene Banks, I think his name, he was doing some work on a few, what that might look like. He fell out of favour with the manager, apparently, and the manager's now gone, I understand it's now back on the table, the work he was doing. He used to be formerly Chief Executive of Christchurch Airport. He was doing it free of charge.
Council or something.
Oh, did he? Oh, right. He used to work. Oh, okay.
We had intended on doing that anyway, so that is coming, because they have done a feasibility study and they've got some options, and they have talked about who eventually owns the land, who eventually owns the building, those sorts of things. So there is conversations to be had with council.
Just for completeness, me and Mary Beck and I have asked for a meeting with our local members of Parliament to talk about the future of the hospitals, because no one's clear. So, all right. Okay. 257. We've been agreeing it's time to review the targeted rate for some time. So, when are we going to do that? So can we just make it clear when we're going to do it?
So we can do that within the next financial year if that's.
2025, let's do it for drainage.
In conjunction, but if we could get a better answer, because I'm sure they'll come back to us about that. Right, Jerusalem, 258. Uh, 259. 260. 261. 262. 263. 264. out with the one at the bottom to satisfy. 266 bottom. Yeah, I think the response on 267 needs some rewriting. It says furthermore, 2 tenants run away. It says it would not be appropriate for council to offer foundation cost funding as preferential treatment to one organisation. I think we just need a bit of rephrasing that. Can that be?
Could I ask that we go back to 262? We've got the Surf Life Saving New Zealand. We've got a few submissions that are identified around the end of the season. We struggle to get information from Surf Life Saving New Zealand in time to be able to identify what any potential budget increase to enable the season to increase. Some of the drivers have been that Pegasus has reached the level at which a service at Pegasus is now permanent. We've got the trailer put up there permanently. Last season was a very warm summer, and that meant that they extended the season at the end, or they tried to, with additional staff at the end of that season. We've now got the figures, and it suggests we need an extra $40,000 if we want to buy that service for that extra 2 weeks at the end of next season, extending that service from what it is at the moment. And we only received that a week ago, less than a week ago from Surf Life Saving New Zealand. So we've got all the figures. We can come back and present it to CNR and show all the information around previous year and what they did, and their full budget around how they worked out what that ongoing cost is. Most of the increase in cost of them has been the living wage increase and their wage costs, which have gone up more than what we predicted in the previous CPI adjustment in the budget.
The government just announced funding for Surf Life Saving and Coast Guard.
So that funding, the majority of that funding is bricks and mortar funding, so a large part is capital funding to be able to assist with cyclone affected clubs. But we did have a meeting with a member of Surf Life Saving last week to talk about water safety in our district, and I pushed the fact that Waikuku Surf Club would be very keen to receive some of that funding to be able to, they're the sort of last one on this whole coast that hasn't had any capital funding from Surf Life Saving New Zealand to upgrade any of their facilities. All the ones in Christchurch other than Waimakariri have now been completely rebuilt following the earthquake. So they suggested that they absolutely would be interested in funding some capital, but not operational funding for the services that they provide for the actual Surf Life Saving regional delivery.
So at the moment, so you asked. So the request is to extend it by how long?
So it's 2 weeks at the end of the current season.
It will cost an extra $40,000.
$40,000 to be able to do that. The $40,000 is not just for the extension. It's because of the fact that their prices have gone up by the living wage cost overall. The living wage cost increase was it 9% or something?
It's a bit late for us to be considering at this point, I would have thought.
We can bring it back to council. We don't buy the service for quite some time. It's not until the next summer. We did receive the information.
What would your recommendation be?
If we want the same service that we got last year, we're still going to have to put an increase in.
So that's over and above the 118,000 that we already paid.
That's right.
So that's how many weeks is that?
And that 100,000, that 118 or whatever's in the budget, that's based on a CPI increase. So it just would have been the same that would have been last year's based on a CPI increase. The problem is that their major cost is labour, and they pay living wage as to all the people, and they went up by 9%. 9.99%, there you go. So there's a disparity between what we had in the budget and what we realistically will need to pay them to buy that service. And then there's the additional 2 weeks. If we took the additional 2 weeks off, we might be looking at $20,000. But we only got those figures through last week.
Well, I think it's at least a CNR. What do you think, Chief?
Needs a report, and I think council just considers it when it's available, given the value, just makes provision.
We won't report back into City Council.
Yeah, you'll need to update the. So they didn't do a submission to us, in other words. So this one is not even a submission. Is that right?
To price.
On
this
the board, yes. Okay, so can we just explain that we've reached out and only just got that through and would be considered?
Yeah.
Thanks for figuring that out. Right. So 267, 268. It'd be good to get an update on the community hub at some stage, because it does seem, I've had, we had the men's shed, and it'd be good to get a clear picture about what's going on down there to the council. I know Tessa and the team are working hard with the group down there, but it would be just good to, if we got a briefing came to us, so we've got a picture as a perhaps to see in art. Right. And it's 269, 217. Right. Yeah, I was just double checking that the art. Oh yeah, there is, sorry. I think just in that response around the art strategy, can we just 270? Can we just celebrate the fact that we do have an art strategy now that's been launched? If we just update those reading and the response to the submittal. Okay. 271. 272. By the way, thank you, Grant. Sorry, as the guard has changed.
I think you'll be back.
273.
Sorry, 272.
Yeah.
It states in that last paragraph, the Food Forest Network. Is that? I'm not sure what that means. Who is the Food Forest Network?
Well, you don't.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious.
Maybe take out with network.
So should it be North Canterbury Food Security, or?
I think it is. Yes.
No, that's right with you, Brent.
Yes, please.
Right. 273. 274. 275. 276. Is that without changing now? Maybe. I just wonder on 277 where it's got the answer to around play. Can we just make it clear that we do have a play in place now? I think it's implied through there, but it would be good to just mention that.
Where is this next?
That's page 277 in the staff community response to submit It says above in the notes to council, so it's just putting that into the base as well for the submitter. Okay, so
if I may, just going back to 276, Mr. Mayor, and that is in regards to the submitter to Bruce McLaren. It was the police, New Zealand Police, that were driving the community camera project. So whether or not that could be explained in regards to response to the submitter.
Okay, yeah. the police that would write, sort of, yeah.
It was they that came to us at North Canterbury Neighbourhood Support to start with, and then we put it back to the communities and that sort of thing. So I could probably get you some words if you wanted from that.
Thanks, Brent. That'd be helpful. Alright, so we landscaping budgets. So that's 7.62, 277. 278, slip and chip. Just so the staff are at early stages of whether we're going to introduce a bylaw. So I know I've been asked. So I'll have some of the groups that come and say hello, but we haven't made. Have we resolved to look at that? I don't recall. So it might need a report if we're to look at putting a bylaw in place. I have my I'm reluctant to put in place something we can't enforce easily. So perhaps that response back is probably okay. Yeah. All right. So I think it's okay, but it's just it'll lead direction from us at some stage because we haven't been asked formally about that.
Yeah, the snip and chip program isn't actually connected to a bylaw. It's actually talking about offering subsidised snip and chip to people in high-risk areas where they have a lot of surrenders to cat shelters and whatnot. So are we actually answering the submission with this one? Because it's not actually about bylaws and registration of cats. It's actually about accepting their offer of local veterinarian supported, subsidised desexing and microchipping.
Something like appreciates the offer. Because it's not our job to promote it, to run it. It would be a matter of the vet clinics doing so. But thank you for informing us of their program or something along that line.
Or we'd like to explore more or something. Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate the offer, which who would explore it? That's the thing. So if we put that as an answer,
We'll come with something. We didn't write the response to this one, but
it's probably been done by Billy. I would have thought.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, it's you do a response along those lines.
Yeah, my concern is just that this response doesn't actually reply to the submission point.
Yeah.
Would the animal bylaw include cat registration?
Well, the thing about the bylaw, we don't want to get into a debate about the bylaw now because it's a separate matter. But that'll come back to DPNR, I guess, around that matter. Yes, that's right. I don't know if we want to be a leader in that space. Selwyn apparently had one, so I'm told. Billy was looking into whether that was actually effective. All right. So we're at we're at SNAs. Who covers that?
We did the responses to these.
Okay, so we'll do that now. Is there anything else for Tessa while we're here? Probably community grants and community development. Why don't we do that first? 322. Okay. Okay, so 323. Yeah, so that's is that relation to the last one? We're on the Surf Life Saving Grant. So that I think we can update that answer.
This one's an operation grant, so we give a grant to the Waimakariri Surf Lifesaving Club for its
so that's
insurance and there's operating costs that a number of those community groups who own buildings get off the council. Spend $5,000 for a really long time. Most of the other ones you see in the budget have inflation adjusted to them. However, this one hasn't had inflation adjustments to it for nearly 10 or 11 years. It stayed at $5,000 and has never moved. So all they're asking for is that be applied so that they actually get more.
These are in the budget, aren't they?
Included these, that?
Yes, so.
On the basis it's 10.
So where the council, the staff have recommended an increase in dollars or a decrease in dollars, I've already been reflected in the fund.
So we've approved this, unless we want to. Okay. So the next is the so the answer will need to be updated to say that we've approved that grant, that increase. It goes back to 7. So council grants and contestable funds, Eaton Hall. Just on this one here, I wonder whether it's time that we look at offering those halls that are in community ownership. If there's the ability for them to join our insurance and our electricity, because there's not many of them, and really they struggle, especially on electricity with contact energy. Absolutely, I know that the brass band in Rangura is in the same situation, but we don't own the facility. So we've already approved a grant to them, which that's okay, unless people want otherwise, but I wonder more broadly, Chris, if we could look into this.
Yep, we can.
Because there's the Ahoka Hall, there's the Eaton.
And West Eaton.
West Eaton's ours.
Oh, is
That's under ours, yeah. So there's not many, Cooper's Creek,
Community groups want another set down.
but we could offer them the benefit of we're not saying necessarily pay for them, but we could offer the benefit. Can we just have a look into and see what options there might be, insurance and because we're giving most of them will get an operator grant of some sort, I think. I don't want to open a big can of worms, but can we look into it and come back to us?
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Because even if we're passing on the rate that we get, for instance, the insurance for it, might be, if we could do that, it might be a saving to them if we're in a position to offer that to them. And especially around the power as well, we might be able to pass on that saving to them as well. It'd make a big difference to those small groups. And it might be that we consider what the grant is to them as well. Like it might cover those items. If we just have a look into that, then we could bring that back for us to have a conversation about.
Just on that, I know that East Eaton will, their power bill, they get charged commercial rates.
Yeah, that's what it is here. Where that is the issue. So the default position here is that we've approved a grant to cover it. So that's already done, unless we want to revisit that. But I'm asking more broadly that we have a workshop at some point to just talk, is there other assistance we can be considering? You just get a bit of a picture if there's some benefit that we can pass on, it might be worth our while to do so, because it would help those small groups out.
How much do we increase the grants for? The Clarkville Hall people were talking there recently, but they might get a CPI increase today, but it's not reflective of their actual increase in costs with insurance rates and so on.
Yeah, so the budgets are just based on CPI, but of course, as you well know, the cost of insurance, their main outgoings have gone up by more than CPI. So at the moment, we've based all of the recommendations in here on just the CPI, unless a club has come to us and said, hey, look, specifically, we need to have a conversation with you. Waikuku was one of those, and Eton was another one. We've been talking with them for quite some time on how they were going to get over the hurdle of that additional commercial charge. So whether they've come to us, we've asked council to consider, but if they haven't come to us, they're just getting the CPI. We didn't actively seek out others to increase their grants.
No, the Clarkville Hall were too late for this process, but you may or may not hear from them.
That's why the review through a week, just getting some extra information will help inform where they're at, what are the issues, and whether we want to, whether we want to step in or not. But at least explore it, because I think we're going to get a lot that are going to come to us.
They're all in the same night.
Yeah. Don't want to make a big open can of worms necessarily either, but they are going to come to us, I'm sure of it. All right. So 325. So we're stopping issuing contestable with this one. 326. Uh, 327. I'd like to this one here. So we've put 5,000 in here. Is that right? This one here. That's the. I wonder whether this should be more a case of sitting under Brennan's budget somewhere. Because it's this has been asked for a couple of times. It's around a program. GETS, as I understand, is a program, isn't it? Access to a program. We asked I'm pretty sure we asked last year for it to come out of the civil defence area, or the last time it was submitted on. Can we pick up around there? I'm not going to revisit the grant unless we want to. They need to do this work. But it could come out of Brennan's, possibly Brennan's area, rather than being an issue that comes as a contestable grant issue. Is that Simon?
We can have a look into that, Brent.
Yeah. Brent?
Only further comment, Mr. Mayor, is effectively we're working more and more with Brennan and his team. Effectively, we're almost like, or the Dallas and Charlotte that are part of the neighbourhood support, they're actually helping Brennan to reduce his staff costs, because they're actually doing a lot of work for him and passing on contacts and that sort of stuff to set up community hubs or emergency hubs. So it's actually a huge cost saving for the civil defence team.
Would there be enough? Would there be enough in the civil defence budget that could come out of here, rather than being a separate? Is there a way? Can you look into that before we complete? Just maybe have a talk to Brendan and see what that could come out of there. It would save us $5,000 potentially. There was something I saw recently where there was a budget put aside for the maintenance of the fire sirens, and there was a proposal around that. Could we look into that? And we might just come back to that. Robbie?
If that can't be identified, quite frankly, if we had to put 5,000 into Brennan's as opposed to a grant, because I completely agree with what the submitters are after. I just think there's a better way of doing it than giving it this way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
So can you, before we finish, if possible, come back to us on that?
Just a bit small spelling there on gets ready.
Yeah.
So Z sort of looks slightly.
So that group does an outstanding job.
It is.
They're very enthusiastic and have done a huge amount in our community, so that really needs support from us, I think.
Thank you.
327, 328. So there's a recommendation here, so that's, we've already adopted these grants, is that correct? That's a slight increase in those, is that correct? It's 328. community and contestable grants to the boards of the Woodland Sefton. So we've already adopted that. So that's
yeah. So what we've said in here is that through the natural environment strategy, there's money identified for work in this area, and we wouldn't be looking at putting in $70,000 for a staff member to continue that program with that other money already identified.
Oh, so sorry, so we haven't got the yet. So hold on a second. I'm looking at so you're at the top there. I'm sorry. Yes.
Hold on to 328.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Chris. I was yep. So you. Sorry, 328. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, what we're saying, we've got enough resource to sort it out, but that's not going to be $70,000 going to the Silver Stream Advisory Group or Predatory waimakariri. There will be money through the natural environment strategy, which will provide the resources to be able to continue to undertake the program that they've got in one way or another.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any disagreement with that. So it's on page, well, it starts on 328, we go over to 329, there's a recommendation to council. Is that, just checking there, is that's been allowed for, is that an increase in the discretionary budget for those community boards? Is that right?
Read budget, Chris.
Sorry. Oh no, this is the idea. This is not actually in our area, but this is the discretionary grant that they've got to be able to allocate to. This is not the general landscaping grant. It's the discretionary grant where they grant up to $500 or $1,000 to individual groups.
So that should be in governance.
It's a governance.
No, it's not in the budget. I just looked at Rangura.
It's not.
And Rangura only got $10,000.
So they've obviously proposed an increase based on, basing it on 65 cents per adult population per community board area. I don't know what it was based on.
What is the default position? Yeah, if we just, maybe we just park that one, we can come back to it. It's not in the.
Oh, it says they used to do 45 cents to 60 cents per person. Now they're suggesting in here that they increase it to 65 per adult across each ward for each district, which is standard, but will increase the numbers. Probably on the basis that
I just need to know what. It'd be good to know what the default position is in our budget. So if we can come back to that, I'll just make a note of that. It's the board discretionary budget, so we don't.
It's 10,500 in the Rangura one.
So just to me, that sounds like it hasn't increased, is it?
I'm not sure what the calculation is.
So who's done this? Sarah's just here from government. Sarah, there's a sorry, you just wandered in. There's a it's been included in the REC budgets, which is the council grants contestable funds. So it's off a William Sefton Community Board submission. There's a recommendation the council looks to increase the discretionary grants. Here's it in the sheets that it might be just because.
We did propose in our January budgets a small increase. It's to actually even up the percentage of population to dollars, and it was based on 65 cents per adult per ward area.
So has that already been factored in?
That was already in the budget in January.
So this one here we can. Thank you, very helpful. So if we can go back and say that that's effectively been granted.
And so William Sefton would have a small increase. I think from memory about $500 from the previous year.
So we don't need a recommendation to us.
What's the date of the population?
For Sarah, last year they got 4,400. So it looks like it's been marked up by inflation to 4,500.
Well, maybe we're not going to resolve that right now. If we just park that mesh, we'll come back to it, okay? It sounds like we need to just get that sorted, so.
Well, I think the budget's been reflecting
Yes, Mr Mayor, the issue I think for in Sefton is the population growth in that board area is phenomenal when you look around Ravenswood, incredible. And it's a matter of what population figures do you use. If you go on historical ones, you're going to underfund them.
So, well, if I just park there for the moment, don't disagree, Phil. We'll just get clarity of the information, what's understood and what's actually in the budget. We'll come back to that. So if we can deal with we're at still on 329, which is Te Kahaka, 7.101. 330. 331. So, yeah. 332. 333. 335. 336. 337. 338. 339. 340. 341. 342. 343. 344. Okay. 345, so plenty of room. So that's the council grants, and we'll come back to the water discretionary one separately.
I think she's done.
I think we're done, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got waiting there. We've got we've done libraries and museums.
We've got comments, libraries, museums. You've got a few to go. Back in two something.
Oh, Joan, you raised something on 310. What was that?
Oh no, that was just in relation to the previous person who was complaining about he was living up in the parks and Carboy about the toilets being locked. And then I noticed on page 310 he admitted that he can't afford accommodation, so he's living in the park in Carboy. And I thought that was sad, and I just wondered whether, he'd been, was the hope, whether Tessa and her team should.
I think we know, I think the individuals know, and so Nikki, we might just have an offline about that. Okay, can we? Tessa's been helping me out, I believe, so.
Oh, fantastic.
All right. Okay, so we're at,
based on 65.
We might just, when we have a break, what time do we start back here? 2:15. I'd say if we go till 4:30, and we'll have a stretch then and a cuppa, and we'll see how we go. All right. So 282. Where it is. So libraries and museums.
282.
Yeah, so 282, 283. We're talking in debate earlier around options here. One of the options I'd like to consider is whether we build on to the back of the Parkway Library, for example, to provide storage for all our museums, and then removes the need for having a lift. Everything gets onto the ground floor, so it's something wouldn't mind a discussion about at some point, not now, but just I think what you've written there is fine, but that's sort of kind of I think there was when we were down at the Kaiapoi Library Museum, we were having a look while we were there because it was running, so it's just something we just would like to pick up at some point if we can make a note of that. Right,
if I may, Mr. Mayor, the idea from the museum was they were always going to fund it, but they just wanted to signal it in a long-term plan as to what their intentions were. So, but I like your idea in terms of let's do a review of museums, museum storage for both Ranger and Kaiapoi. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we're at. We've only got just one submission. Okay, so we're at 284. Okay, so we're at public facilities now, I think. So it's 284. Right, so you just make sure you're on the right page. 285.
Just to point quickly in that, it's worth considering a staff recommendation to just to point out that this has been canvassed in the community, and our Lions has just been through this process, really canvassing the feasibility of it. It sort of looked like that, but we've sort of dismissed it. We're happy for their current funding available.
So what are we talking about?
Just a bit of an explain. We're still talking 285 aquatic facilities for Oxford.
What about the Oxford pool?
I can come back to that.
Right, no. So you're talking about
Staff recommendation. It says, while neither council's long-term plan or the district council, district aquatic plan have identified current funding, but we continue to monitor community sentiment and consider the viability of such a project. It sort of feels to me like we're hanging out some hope there. In fact, I know at a local level this has been canvassed in the last year, by POPAT, by the Lions.
No,
we're not
going to be covering the pool, so we don't want to give any inspiration.
No, that's not a bureaucratic response. It's actually been canvassed by the community as well.
So maybe we just need to update the answers to make that clear.
We're not just dismissing out of hand, that's I suppose the point.
Yeah, and maybe just if there's, perhaps just talk further with Tim about what's been canvassed in the community, and we can update that to show that it's been recently. That's a good point. Thank you. So we're at 286. 287. 288. Oh, it's a few there. 289. 290. 291. 292. 293. 295, 296, 297. Okay, so what are we recommending here? Just remind me. So they're asking for us.
They were asking for a splash pad at Pines Beach.
Yeah, you're recommending no, effectively, is that right? Yeah. Just remind me, with our community board and that, we had any recent conversation with them around this? Okay, we're comfortable with what's recommended?
Yep, infrastructure costs, Philip.
We've got a hydro slide, which is 298. Yeah, when we say things like, just in the answer on 299, 15 hydro slides, I mean, for this project to be viable outside of the initial honeymoon period, just about the viability, just be a bit more definitive if we take out the honeymoon period.
Like the flourish.
Yeah, thank you. It's 299, 300. Oh, now we got, where is it? Well, it's going to come to Chris Ruth thing to the note, so 300, 301. So, yeah, 2. So the hoist, what is our plan with that?
I just received the quote for it on Friday, just as I was driving home.
Yeah.
So I was in Wellington yesterday, and I'm going to take the quote to Chris. I imagine it will be approved and placed before the end of the financial year.
So that will address the Chris Ruth Centre as well?
I understand it will address some of their, I obviously wasn't here for their submission.
She was quite scathing.
I believe so, yeah. I have spoken to her as well and addressed a number of her concerns in person, well, over the phone, I should say. However, yeah, the hoist is well and underway.
So when you say it will address some of the concerns, is there what's...
My understanding from the issues that the Chris Ruth Centre raised, there was concerns around space in the changing rooms, which is a fixed wall, like there's not a lot I can do with those ones. The other ones, there may have been something about a hydrotherapy pool, which was all the issues we were looking at that we identified under the aquatic strategy, which we're not able to.
Maybe as a suggestion, I'd be happy to meet with you, we go through perhaps the portfolio holder around that, so it's explained, because she didn't seem very happy at all. So if we're going to approve the hoist and those things, well, going part of the way and then making sure that it's explained. I've visited down there a couple of times to the Ruth Centre, so perhaps if we could put that in as an action to come back on, right?
Yep.
Okay, so 301, 302, 303, 304, 305. That's good news about the hoist. Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
Property, is it? Want to view a property now, Chris? We have 304, so 304, so 305, 306. Very full explanation. 307. 308. These been updated with our decision from today on social housing, because we agreed to, so maybe that could be updated to include what we've decided today on, plus the EV fuels that can go on there as well. Just provides a fuller response. 310. Probably the same could go on there as well. Oh, sorry, we've changed the guard, have we?
Sorry, Mr. Lee, which, is that 7.83 that we're talking about?
Well, 7.83. So I think the same could go into 7.8, all those sufficient points which are similar, which goes into 311, so that answer could be followed on here of what we just agreed today. $312. $314. $316. I think that can be added into there as well. That's around the decisions where we've made that we made earlier in the staff recommendations for our social housing. The same applies to 318. And similarly to 7.90, which is 320 is the answer here. $320, the same could go on there. The same back to the Oxford and Highcourt Community Board. Okay, so that's property. Sorry?
We're doing 103. Oh.
Just do that now, thank you. 103. Okay, so at page 103. If you've got that open, I'll like to give you a picture, which is the extension of the library. So I think we need to update the response to submitter with the decision we've made, I think, which is just needs to update beyond 3.1. I think it's the same for all actually. 104, 104, the 3.3 is the same. But just that they all need to be updated with what we've decided. Alright. 106. Well, the answer on 107 is quite good actually. That could be a bit of weird, probably would like it a lot. Okay. 108. 109. 110. 111, similarly to update page. 112. 14. 116. 117. 118. next one. So all those responses just need an update, okay?
Just note, Mr. Mayor, actually, just some of those base responses will staff recommendation response to submitter. Looks forward to 30 years to make sure the council can still provide library services.
I don't think we completely updated, but
That's all just, yeah.
should all be the same answer, really.
Cut and paste it and capture that.
Okay, so we now go to page 36. I think you're done with libraries, thank you. Page 36, so it's the how we prioritise the natural environment, so just make sure everyone's on the right page. So we're on page 37. Just at the bottom here, the new part between Rangiora and Woodend, I wonder if we could just add into the response at the bottom there, mention that it was talking about Hagley Park. Can we talk about the Northern Reserve? Because we've got an arboretum and there's quite a lot of work being done down there. It's not quite a Hagley Park, but there's some work being undertaken there. Just adds to that answer. Page 38.
Silver Street have done a great job as well in terms of their plantings.
Yes, the short hair. It's the neighbours nearby that are worried maybe every day.
Was it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a drive.
Is that the one referred to on page 36? Is it only criminals use these amenities?
We withdraw and apologise, Councillor Becky, for that in first level pocket. 37, 38, 39. Again, any reference to SNAs, can we make it clear in the answers that it's voluntary? 39, 40. Here's Mr. Reedman now. The one you were talking about. 41, 42. 43. 44. I just wonder in the answer there, you talk about NES and all the rest, but she actually asked a question about Lineside Road. Can we put the rationale for the purchase of Lineside Road in there? Because it doesn't mention that, it goes into the NES strategy. You know, she asked about that. I think we should put the rationale why we purchased that, for what benefit it was seen. We hadn't made any decisions. It's subject to community consultation. Yes, I know exactly what she is. That's why I put it in there.
Which is the submission, sorry?
It's page 44.
1.8.
Yeah, so at the bottom of there on page 44, we haven't raised it in the summary. No expenditure on Lineside Road should be sold. It just, so that's the point she's making. I just think it needs the reason why we bought it and for what. Covering its interest, well, there was a response earlier where it talked about the rental that came in that largely covers its costs, and the reason why we purchased this.
Dan,
yeah.
Just with these NES funds, it said in the report that these replies would be coming back to the strategy steering group. So they'll get another look over them as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's intended, isn't it?
There were some wording suggestions in there as well. So the wording suggestions didn't have any major effect on budget provision, didn't have much of an effect on the actions in the strategy, but it would be good for the PCG just to sit down and go, okay, are we happy with those words? Are we going to include them? And then we'll follow up with a final report to council.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for that. Okay. Well, page 44, 45. Again, it actually says there, that bottom paragraph with regards to SMAs, that's a very good paragraph. So that could, where it talks about it's being voluntary. So I read that earlier. 46. Yeah, Lineside Road, again, it doesn't have, for the board's submission particularly, we should be putting the rationale in there around the Lineside Road purchase. It's got there that we're going to consultation, we've identified the 70,000 of income. Yeah, so that's part of the answer there. And it's on page 47 at the bottom. I think if we just look at Chris, the team, to make sure that that's.
Is it worth explaining in that context the type of land and in fact it is?
Yes.
Yes. This is an ephemeral wetland, and I know we can sort of put that one to rest a little bit.
Can we make it clear to the chair of the
just quietly, so whoever may be asking for it.
Yeah. He seems a little confused on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, page 48. $49, $50, $51, $52, $53, $54, $55, $56, $57, $58, $59, $60, $61, $62, $63, $64, $65, $66, $67, $68, $69, $70, $71, $72, $73, $74, might need us to update the decision on 75. So the staff recommendation is an update to what we decided today. The same applies for all those submission points there actually. So 76, 77, 78. Before I go too much further, anything that has line side road in it, would really like an explanation to go on there. There are a number there. So I'm sure between our wonderful team and comms, get the wording, the narrative right going in. 78, which is around to flip over into building the right facility at the right time. 79. Might just need a bit of updating about what we decided in the 79 in the staff recommended response to submitted. Same with we just needs those updated in those submissions on page 80. So anything that's got the cricket oval or Southbrook, we can update the decisions that we've made, updated to reflect the decisions we've made. 81, 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88.
Sorry, 88, it says year 3 of the long-term plan.
Yes, so they need to all be updated, all those submissions. So I'm sure staff are picking it up now.
Yeah.
Page 90. 91. 92. Especially for the community board.
Yeah.
93. 94. Going here with the regulation. 92. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. I think we've done those, haven't we? Yeah.
344.
Let me go cross-eyed. Is it right?
344 unless you want a 10-minute break.
I think I could do with one.
We're nearly there.
Here we are. So we might just have a 10-minute stretch. Or
60 pages to go.
Yeah, so if we have a stretch, grab a cuppa, we're back just a little after 3:45. Or actually make it 10 to. Have a little bit out.
And then, yeah.
And then I suspect looking at this, we'll get through today with a bit of perseverance. So I think we'll be done today. Right, team, we'll break through it. We won't take. I won't take.
Back at 10 to 5.
10 to 5, yeah. So what was that about the discretionary budget?
So if you take the population of 7,000,
yeah.
I can answer that.
Right, that is the to do some stretches.
I think it's an afternoon tea.
Oh, good, I need a cup of tea. Oh, what time do you start today? Do you start today? I'm getting tired of sitting down. Run around the block.
Have you got medical insurance? Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Oh, thank you, guys.
I don't know if it's well, it's
When someone's reached make that, because that's number 7 of his belongs somewhere else, and it was in the community understand. Yeah, because he had.
the other thing, so I think the other question
344 now. And we're going to come back to that issue of the boards before we found a suggested way forward. We'll deal with that in a minute. That's actually page 345. 345, so the planning and regulation. It's a very succinct answer. 345, 346, 347, 348. That's environmental services. Oh, are we? Okay, so well, the other planning one's man, I think, so.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
No worries. I did tell them it would be easy.
We did 4.1 to
339.
we did
329.
which one? I think it was 329.
Yep. Yep. 347, 348, 349, 350. Right, 351, so it's financial management now. That's Greg. Nice home.
Revolving chairs.
Okay, so we're at right, 352. 353. 354.
Can I just 354 in the response to submitter? Could we say after the long-term plan forecast that the council's external debt will be 295 million at the end of 2033-34, whilst assets will grow to, or while assets will grow to X amount, over 2.45 billion or whatever?
Is that where our debt will be at 295 in that period?
We'll just have to check that number.
Yeah.
I think it's important to sort of give the two figures so they're relative, because you know our debt is only 10% or 10% of our total asset base. So you know what they say is you're increasing debt, but no, we're saying we're growing, we're investing in our infrastructure.
Yeah, so if we can put balance here, I think James right. While assets,
Yeah, it's very
while assets are, which and this represent whatever percentage it is. That's a good point. Good point, James.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're still doing the deep calculation because
To be finalised, yeah.
we're still finalising that, but it's going really well.
Yeah, that's the number it was in the draft.
Okay, so 354, 355. I think the same answer needs to be just updated, right? Because it's the same question, I think. 356. 357. 358. 359. 360. 361. 362. 363. 364. 365. 366. 367. 368. 369. 370. 371. 372. 373. 374. 375. 376. These numbers start to get cross-eyed. 378. Is that get a bigger screen or?
The fives become eights.
378. 379. 380. 381. 382. 383. 384. 385. 386. 387. 388. 389. 390. 391. 392. 393. 394. 395. 396. 397. 398. 399. 400. 401. 402. 403. 404. 405. 406. 407. 408. At the bottom here is an answer quoting section 4 of the Crown's responsibilities. Can we get the answer looked at? It's not. It's just all it's got is a current response is section 4, parts 2. Just like to consider. It's asking around the Treaty of Waitangi should be a focus. I would like Holmes to realise over the answer, please.
I think that's an example, sorry, where we've probably carried over an answer to other people's submission points, and we should probably change that one. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, and it's to our youth council as well. So
Yeah, no,
that's
I
a good.
think
That's a good line.
it's quite not what we
409. 410. Oh, here's the year in SDGs. Hadn't heard about those for a while. 411. 412. 413. 414. 414. Okay, we need, okay, so that answer will just need to reflect, I need to look at that, around the stadium. So we are going to have we have a discussion about it, and I need to do a response to Phil. You already know what their answer is going to be.
So were you happy with that answer, or did you want us to review that?
I think it's okay. I just want to. It's the bit of staff organising a briefing. I don't think it's needed.
Okay.
If we could just get comms to just double check that, because Alistair's all over. We get asked all the time. Probably is, but just to make sure that's. So I think we're done. With respect to 2 items.
Oh, sorry, yes, just coming back to you with the answer on the gets ready.
Yes.
So had a quick look at the budgets. It's fair to say they're tight budgets. I wouldn't feel entirely comfortable saying we could use existing funding, because there's not a great deal of existing funding within the operational budgets. But we would welcome further funding, of course, to support that program. Now, I think the number that was floated was 5,000, and I think I was just having a chat to Councillor McKeon's. My understanding is that the program is funded based on population. So the greater the population, the greater the number. So I'm not sure if they were just seeking a specific sum, or whether they were seeking for us to fund the program.
5,000 was what is recommended here. I think that's what they were seeking, wasn't it?
That in part pays the actual cost of the Gets Ready program and management costs, a small amount of management costs, because we actually have to update it on a regular basis. So we're phoning, or we've got staff phoning people to make sure their information is correct, hence the reason for the 5,000.
Why don't we do 5K? Well, 5K is already through this year, because it's already the base, that's already approved, isn't it? With, to neighbourhood support. I thought it was recommended. So if it was
recommended, we put it in. Sorry. Yeah.
So, but for next year, can we perhaps look at the transfer to civil defence, and perhaps Brennan could bring an update in his report next year to our annual plan with what that adjusted might need to be.
Thank you.
I think it's a fair start, but then I think it would be something which should come out of, if it's included in the civil defence area, it's the logical area for
at that stage. Selwyn, for example, have Gets Ready in-house, so there are other ways of delivering the product, shall we say. I'm not saying that is a solution, but we should look at options.
That's a bit complex though, because it's not just Waimakariri District Council, it's also Kiribati, and we share it.
Plus also,
so it gets ready North Canterbury.
The councils, the Selwyn Council pays for Gets Ready, correct? But at a completely different rate to we do. It's like 3 or 4 times, I think. Do you remember as to what the cost was? I think it's about $15,000 or $20,000 if the council were to pay it.
I would be reluctant for us to bring it in. It's not that I'm opposed to the report, but reluctant to bring something in-house when it's working well with an organisation. It's just where the funding was sitting. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel necessarily, but if we could if the 5,000 is granted to them, but the ongoing contribution agreement could be considered, and it becomes a line item there if it's housed well there. And let's look at where that funding should be in the coming years.
I still think there should be a report.
Yes.
And that report should have some sort of performance measure in it. If they're going to be an ongoing grant, it's something we should be doing for the grants that we provide. I know, like Life Saving New Zealand provide a report of their activities. And so each, when we give out a grant for the community boards, they're supposed to do a finished report. But we're not doing the same discipline, we've got the same discipline for council grants, which is interesting. So we should be incorporating that into a report back to council. We do it with promotions associations.
Yeah. That's a good point. There should be an accountability for how the grants spent. It is for award advisory, community boards you have to account. It should be something, so we should consider that through the before the next annual plan. But a report, yes, I don't disagree with that, so staff can work on that as well. Okay. I think we're complete, except for this next issue of what boards are funded for board discretionary budget. Where are we sitting with that? I know you were looking for that.
So I'm trying to rationalise it by population. Last year, and the year before, we gave an additional grant to the Oxford, which put us all down a kilter. So what I've done is I've done a calculation based on 51 cents per head of population. That's been updated according to the latest database, which gives us a population of 7,725. What it does is it uplifts Kaipoi from 5,570 to 8,600. Rangiora would go from 10,500 to 14,200. Woodend would go from 4,540, I think that's why we've got the submission, to 6,830. And Oxford would stay the same at 6,330. So that's a total increase across all the boards of 9,000.
And that's based on populations, is that right too?
Yeah, based on population. I've done it per property, and times that by the standard population is per property, which is about 2.5, which gets us to the 70,000.
So that's it's not a general rate. It's is that correct? It's a targeted rate.
It's a targeted targeted. I think it's 20% on property and 80% on value.
So the only board that asked for it was Woodend. Do you think the other boards? Do we know if the other boards were looking for a similar, looking for an uplift? We're not going to get any kickback from them. No.
If we can afford it.
Well,
Ring Europe, we're not using it. I'm loath to say it ended up public meeting. There's only one board to ask for it. I don't know how Kaipoi's placed.
the other alternative is you leave the boards as is and you just up the Woodend Sefton. Because we didn't. I guess just thinking it through, the other boards, particularly Rangiora, have asked us to be cautious about what we spend. If Woodend Sefton is the only one that's asked for it, we can review that when we get the latest census figures and that later on. Maybe because they have got good growth out there, and only was it 4,000 something.
It's based on the latest property numbers and the rating database, so it's 100% correct.
Okay, this is
Well, they've had the biggest increase in population that probably hasn't been adjusted.
Just trying to think the fair way of doing this without getting ourselves flat from the boards.
I think both Kaipoi and Woodend have used essentially their allocation in the current year. Not sure about Oxford or Rangiora.
will we have time to put it to the boards?
Yes, we could, before we adopt, could we, Chief? We don't have to resolve it today.
No.
Well, why don't we do that, put it to the boards and ask, this is what it would look like.
No, right, we'll have to do by email.
Yep, that's right. We do it by the board, to the board's email address, how the chair that decides how that, we would, if we do an email out to them saying this is, get a submission, this is what it would look like, we seek their view on that, if they want to change or not. I think that's probably the best way of doing that. And then you could do the rationale around, how did you get to 51 seats? It was a lift from 45, wasn't it?
Well, Oxford is the lowest based on head population, and they requested an uplift, I think it was the year before last, and we gave them an additional $2,000, which funny enough put it higher than Kaipoi. So if you're going to uplift another board, you would uplift Kaipoi because they're currently $3,000 down.
I think that's the best way of doing it, and we just, and then that can be resolved when it comes to the budget. If they are favourably disposed, that would be part of the come back on the June, wouldn't you? Is that right, when we adopt? When do we adopt? We would come back to
25th of June. We'd have to
adoption
concrete before then, because we'd have to set rates on that day. We'd have to be pretty confident what the number look like.
Well, if the boards agree to that, would there be agreement that we adjust that around the table? Just, is anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, so why don't we resolve that we, subject to the board's agreement that the uplift, says Jeff has indicated, be approved. Something along that line. Does that sound okay with you, as the CEO? Probably need an amendment.
It costs 10 grand.
9,000 overall. The boards don't want to have it, they don't have to have it. But we need something in the budget. We need something now, because otherwise it puts the numbers out. So there was a submission point. What was that one? It was under the community grants 322, because that's what we'd be amending. Here it is, 329. Well, why don't we just use the wording that's here already? Adopts the draft budget of allocating discretionary grants to community boards as followed. Regular Ashley 14,200. Kaipoi to a head, was that 8,600 you? Says as in the
8.6, yeah.
8.6. Woody and Sefton, is it 6,830?
6,830, yeah.
And Oxford Hoka would be
6,330.
It's gone, yeah, 6,330.
So that's going down.
So no, it's not.
Oh, that's going up with inflation.
It's 6,500.
No, but that's wrong. These figures are wrong in here. They were the, that was based on a 45 to 60%. So the current Oxford Hoka grant's less than that now, isn't it?
6,120 it is currently.
Okay, and then we'd add something like adopts them subject to the subject to consultation with the community boards. So that's what need to be amended. So I'm happy to move that as amendment. Seconded, Councillor Blackie. Do we want any debate on that? At the end of the day, we'll get feedback from the boards. Okay. Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary. Declare that carried. Okay. I think that's it, isn't it? Apart from maybe the consideration submissions, recommendations, I'll just double check for everything.
I'm asking this to me, I can't. If the one real decision has been made, recommendation.
Which one was that one?
Yeah, it's in
Did they keep down?
Yes, it did.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we did that.
you said to finish off.
What's to do with the service work for risk?
Yes, we did that, we granted it. Yeah. Okay, yep. So I just to satisfy one, I'm sure we adjusted that earlier because we really did approve that. So is there something missing in the minutes, Adrian?
Oh no, it was just
No,
it was an actual recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we chose to grant this decision. The kitty's budget, the waste minimisation budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely did that. Okay, so now item 5 is a recommendation that the council resolve all pro forma recommendations are adopted as per the debate and the motion occurred during the meeting. That's pro forma on move from the chair. Someone prepared to second that? Thank you, Vicky. So it's pro forma without debate. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. There are no questions under standing orders, no urgent general business before we dealt with the PX. Just before I close the meeting, just to acknowledge a spirit in which we've had discussion today. We've got through a tremendous amount of work here today, and I thank you all for the way in which it's been held to our staff in particular, who have done a huge amount to get us to this point, but have also got a lot of work now getting the submissions answered and the process for us to report back to ourselves before the end of the month. There's still end of next month, and there's still a lot of work to do with respect to so there's that, plus just our governance staff in particular, the support up today and as always, and especially to our chief executive, who I know has put in a truckload of work with us. So just to acknowledge and thank you, Jeff, because we wouldn't have got here today without that support. I know you're supported by your team, but that leadership you've provided has certainly made today a great deal easier. So a huge appreciation to you. We have met you tonight. Otherwise we might have divorce proceedings from the Lee. I don't want to knock on the door.
It is a right to reply. Thanks very much. It's actually a pleasure to work with the council that's actually well connected and gets on with each other, and is able to have a good open debate. As you can see, the process today has gone really smoothly, and thanks very much, Dan, for your leadership. It's probably my worst budget I've ever had to do. That's a reflection of the current environment. It's the people that sit in the galleries. It's just the inflationary environment we're in, the work program that we've got, and the amounts of change that's going to come at us from central government. If we thought we were out of the woods, we're actually just going back into them, I think. Thank you.
Yes, Chief. All right, with that, I'll declare our meeting closed, and our next meeting's set for Tuesday, the 4th of June. Sarah's, we talked about that other matter earlier. Sarah's found a slot for us next week for that topic.